There were days where we thought we wouldn't make it out, but we stuck it out. Today's our day. Today's our day. There were nights we would fight, no end in sight, nothing was right. Tonight's our night. Tonight's our night. I'll fight for you until this life is over. There's no giving up here, babe. We'll make it out and fall in love tonight. Ain't nothing needed but us feeling right. Just take a chance, we got a wild ride. Wait and see, you and me, we were meant to be. We were meant to be. We were meant to be. There were times when we found it, fell back in love. The best still to come, our time is now. Our time is now. I'll fight for you until this life is over. There's no giving up here, babe. We'll make it out and fall in love tonight. Ain't nothing needed but us feeling right. Just take a chance, we got a wild ride. Wait and see, you and me, we were meant to be. We were meant to be. We were meant to be. We were meant to be.
I am with you in the darkness. I will be your light. Every word sent down from heaven has the power of Christ. When you feel like you're alone and the light is wandering off, just a whisper through the gloom, you will find your compass, point let you down. With each breath we give away, it'll never be the same. I'm chasing somebody who won't ever ease the pain, but I don't want half of your heart, heart, heart. You can have it back if it's only half of your heart. If it's only half of your heart. I feel like I'm afraid are the only things I can't change. I live life on a page that was written too long ago. I don't want half of your heart, heart, heart. You can have it back if it's only half of your heart. If it's only half of your If it's only half of your heart.
Welcome back to Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. We are going to go ahead and start out this day with our mission prayer. We've got our director and assistant director in here to pray with us. So we're going to pray for the mission of Divine Mercy Radio. Please pray with me. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we thank you for giving us these radio waves as a means of evangelizing your word. We ask that you bless this ministry by opening the minds and hearts of all who listen. Help them to seek and know the abundance of your love and mercy. Enable our finances to keep us on stable ground so that this ministry might grow and touch hearts for your kingdom. Bless all who work and contribute to this ministry. Send your Holy Spirit to help us be witnesses of your love and mercy. Enable our work to be a sacrificial offering pleasing to you. We ask this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Saint Gabriel the Archangel, pray for us. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. All right, first we'll get you guys a couple of updates out there, and then we will get rolling with today's programming. I want to start out with where we are at on our drive. We have that total goal of $125,000, and right now, thanks to your generosity, we are at $67,221. And we also did get another generous donation of matching funds. So our matching funds for the start of today are $10,660. Let's use those up today. If we can get through all of those, that's going to get us a long way toward our goal. So let's get those phones ringing already. Call 785-621-4110. This is one of our 2 drives that we do throughout the year to make sure that we are putting out quality programming and to help us to continue to grow. 785-621-4110. Call in and help us to continue doing that. And we also want to get to one of our trivia questions here in just a minute, so keep those phones ready. First, I want to mention our board of directors. And so I want to give a big shout out and a thank you to everybody on the board. Our board consists of Lester Robin as our president. Alvin LeCount is our vice president. Dan Loftus is our treasurer. Danetta Robin is our secretary. Father Fred Gatchett is our spiritual director. And then the rest of the board is comprised of Christian Lutz, Allison Ochoa, Corey Munch, Troy Shippers, Cody Morencer, Karen Marcel, and Mark Schwartz. So if you know them, please thank them for their service to this wonderful station, to all these stations. And also, as you're listening out there, we want to thank everybody who is in our listening area. We try to do everything we can to make sure that these radio waves go as far as possible. And thanks to your generosity, we have been able to grow to those 5 stations, and we want to be able to grow as much as the Lord wants us to. Continue calling in 785-621-4110. And I want to mention that the matching funds were donated by an anonymous person in honor of the Capuchins who brought and fostered the Catholic faith to Ellis County. Yes, thank you so very much. And if you didn't know, the Capuchins, they are stationed over in Victoria at St. Fidelis. They do such a wonderful job. We still have their presence in our community, and we are so thankful for everything they've done. All right, let us get to that first trivia question. Here we go. Trivia question for the 7 o'clock hour. 785-621-4110. Which of these roles are occupied by all baptized Catholics? Is it A, priest, B, prophet, C, king, D, all of the above? Which of these roles are occupied by all baptized Catholics? A, priest, B, prophet, C, king, D, all of the above. Get those phones ringing, 785-621-4110. Let's see if we can get some of the younger crowd in there too, 785-621-4110. All right, while we are waiting for those phones to start ringing with those donations and with that question, with that answer to that question, I want to introduce Representative Barb Wassinger. So Representative Wassinger was not able to be in here with us today. And the beauty of this Catholic radio and what we were able to do is she came in here and we were able to interview her a while back. And so we have that ability now that we're going to go ahead and play that. So if you are wanting to call in and ask her a question, I apologize. She's not in the studio, but we do have that ability to play that with her right now. So let me get that on and let's see if Michael's got that queued up and ready to go. Michael, we got that ready to go? Okay, we are getting ready to start a wonderful interview with Representative Barb Wassinger on the update on the Kansas legislative session. Representative Barb Wassinger is a business owner along with her husband, Tom. They have 4 children and 5 beautiful grandchildren, Gentry, Isabella, Grace, Michael, and Lily. Before becoming a state representative, she served on the Hayes City Commission for 8 years, serving as mayor twice. She also was the first woman elected to the Ellis County Commission, serving for 1.5 terms. As a state representative, Barb serves as a chair of the General Government Budget, is a member of the Appropriations Committee and the Economic Development Committee. She also serves as chair of the Joint Rules and Regulations and is a member of the State Rules and Regulations Committee. And another really big thing is Barb and her husband have been very generous to us here. We absolutely could not be where we are now without your generosity. So thank you so very much. It is because of that we've been able to grow to where we're at now. And so thank you so much.
We have loved having you here. It makes me kind of sad that you're going to move your satellite dish because I always told Donetta I felt like we were covered in a dome, a golden dome of prayer. So.
Well, we can still walk by and sprinkle with holy water or something like that.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for being here. And maybe we'll jump right into when did this most recent legislative session start to take place?
We started the second Tuesday of January, and we just finished almost a week ago. Is
okay.
That right? Yeah. No, maybe 2 weeks ago. I had a week off. So we ended this this April. So we kept it tight and closed. So I can look at my calendar to make sure I give you the exact date. But
well, and while you're looking, can you give us a little bit of insight into what does a legislative session even look like? So we hear about that, and sometimes we hear, representatives are, like you said, on a break this week and whatever, and they come back. But for most of us who've never seen it, we don't know what the process actually looks like.
Well, our legislature is called the Citizen Legislature. And it was begun for a 90-day session, which allowed the farmers and ranchers to get done in the winter and be home in time to start harvesting or planting spring crops. So we are supposed to be part of the community, but go to the legislature for 90 days.
Okay. And then when you go to the legislature and you are trying to get votes passed or you're voting against it, what does that process kind of look like to help us lay people?
Yes.
I don't know the right term there, but you know what I mean. What does that kind of look like?
Non-legislators.
Yes, some people have said there's a couple things you don't want to watch being made: legislation and sausage.
Yeah. Most of it you'd like to see. Like to know, but it doesn't move quickly. As you know, government never moves quickly.
Uh-huh.
So I'll use the Water Authority Clarification Bill 2433, which was mine.
Okay.
First, we started last summer. This is fairly quick for a bill, but it happens. We started last summer deciding how we were going to attack this water authority issue. We finally came together with an idea. And my suggestion was, in order to get it done in one session, we have to hit the ground running. So we had to pre-file the bill. But what you do is you design a bill, or you ask the revisor's office, which is the attorneys that help us in the legislature. You ask them to draw up the bill in proper language. So we started that. We got it to the revisor, and we pre-filed 2433. So then the work just starts. That's the easy part. deciding what you're doing and getting it ready, because there were over 1,000 bills that were drawn up and only a few hundred actually go through.
Wow.
So I then needed to go to House leadership. Since I'm a representative in the House, we went to leadership, told them I needed this bill. It was how important it was. You have to kind of lobby for your cause. And the speaker and majority leader said, yes, we'll do this. We'll take care of it for you. So we'll put it, first they decided they wanted it in water. And when I found that out, I kind of panicked because I said, it's not a water bill. It is a home rule bill. We have to change the County Home Rule Authority Act that is in the legislature, which, as an aside, it already had with oil and gas, counties can't make any decisions about oil and gas, drilling, production, et cetera, because the Kansas Corporation Committee and the Kansas Department of Health and Environment are in charge of that. So you can't do anything about that. So water just was very clear, but it never actually said who is in charge of that. And when I get to the bill, I'll explain that. But so I got it moved to local government from water because it was really more local government, which it deals with cities and counties. And then I had to talk to the chairman of local government and make sure that he would work the bill, which means they discuss everything on the bill. After that, you have to convince him to hear the bill, which means you can to vote on the bill. So I got that done in the House. Thank you, Emil Berquist, who did that for me, and Doug Blex, who ran it for me. I really appreciate it. So we had to go there and testify during the hearing, and then when they work it, they vote on it. All right, so then they think that's done. It's great. Then you have to wait 3 days for it to go through the mechanics of getting through the proper channels with the people that work on the bills. Then they sent it over to the Senate. I had to do the same thing over on the Senate side. I had to go to Senate leadership, make sure that they would assign it to a committee, and they assigned it to local government. They only have 40 senators, so they have to combine committees. So they have local government, commerce and economic development, and then
one other.
I can't think of it right now.
Okay.
I'm lost. I'm sorry. So I had to talk to leadership. I had to get them to do it. They had to send it to the committee chair. I had to talk to the committee chair. I talked to every member of the committee. I asked them to vote for it. I asked them to work the bill. So after I got that done, I missed one step in the House, the same step as in the Senate. You have to go back to leadership and ask for it to be heard on the floor of the Senate and the House.
Okay.
So it's something called above the line. They publish something every day of all these bills that have been turned in. And then there's a line, and the things that are above the line are the ones we're going to hear and work on.
Okay.
So I had to work to get that done too. I kept saying, when can you do this? When can you do this? And the other reason I was a little panicked trying to get it done was if you wait too long, it gets bundled with a bunch of different things.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, this has to go through clean bill. It can't be amended. And we escaped a few amendments and we got it through. And I had been working with Carolyn McGinn, a former senator who works for the governor in her water task force. She was pro this bill. And I kept, every time I'd see her, I'd say, Carolyn, tell me the governor's going to sign this. Just tell me the governor's going to sign this. So then we got it signed. Now we're working on a ceremonial signing of the bill. So I'm really excited. It went through clean. I got through the House 116-6. We have 125. Obviously, someone was absent that day. 116-6. And then in the Senate, it went 27-3, I believe.
Okay.
Might have been 26-3 because I think someone was absent that day as well in the Senate. So
yeah.
It sounds like, gosh, I just was really quick, but I spent a lot of sleepless nights, and I had a spreadsheet on the wall, and I was writing down names. When I get someone to say yes, they'd vote for it. So
Well, that is very good to hear because sometimes when we're on the outside of it, us non-legislator people, it can, just look like, well, do you just write something up and go, hey,
right,
vote on this? Like, every day, do you just come in and go, who wants to vote? And
yeah,
and so to know the ins and outs of it gives us a lot better insight. There's a lot of checks and balances, which a lot of them can be good, but also that means that the process is
right.
a lengthy one, and it's not just let's take a vote.
It's not necessarily easy, and I don't know if that really helped everyone. I can explain it in a different way, maybe, and make it a little more clear. But I think the other unknown factor is leadership may not want to run a bill because they feel like it's going to take up too much time or be too controversial.
Okay.
This didn't get into that problem, but there are a lot of reasons why people won't run a bill. I could say maybe Edwards County had a bill that I thought was bad for us. I would do everything I could to keep it from going onto the floor to be voted on.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
there's a lot of people working really hard to either get something done or stop something.
Yeah.
So
Well, then that kind of runs us into our next things that we would like to talk about, which would be some of these bills. And I know that process, as you've already spoken of, isn't always easy because even then, if it makes it to the governor, sometimes she has vetoed things. She's vetoed several bills and
Right.
several line items recently. And you can maybe speak to us about those and also about how they were overridden, because I think some people don't understand that too, that sometimes something can pass, it can go to the governor's desk, but she can veto it. But then there's also a process where the veto can be overridden.
right.
And
right.
so that, it starts sounding really confusing, but once again, we've got checks and balances that can help in situations where you look like you had something good, the steam is taken away, but you're like, wait, we've got one more thing.
We got one more step to take.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
if you want to give us some insight into that, and then maybe we can start climbing back into some of those bills that you've worked
Okay.
on.
Well, we had quite a few good bills that went through, and when we have a super majority of Republicans in the House and the Senate. So the House, we have to have 84 votes out of 125 in order to be what we call veto proof. And there were a lot of bills that she vetoed. So, for example, the Child Abuse and Neglect Registry, which is a Friends bill, excellent bill, passed unanimously, House and Senate. That's so unusual, so rare that everyone agrees on the same thing. I'll give you my theory, and I don't know if any of this is true, but a lot of her vetoes this year did not make sense. And they didn't really address how the bill ended. That being in your last year in office, I think she had a lot of new staff going through, filling positions that people had been in for a really long time. And they took the original bill and gave it to her. And bills often morph as you go along. And so that's why you have the committee procedure, because in the committees, people will, if someone really is, no, you can't do this, this is why, and it makes sense, you can go back and get it tweaked and changed. And some things will have a whole paragraph changed or the date changed or anything. And so I think she vetoed more totally veto-proof bills because she was trying to get things done, and I think she had newer staff. I don't know if that's absolutely true, but that was my take on trying to figure out why. I'd read some of the vetoes and I'd think, everyone wanted this bill. Why would you veto that?
Uh-huh.
So anyway,
And what is, let's touch on that and find out what was the bathroom bill? What was it about? If it passed unanimously in both, then like you said, that's an amazing thing in and of itself.
Well, I don't think the bathroom bill did.
Oh, okay. Which
that
one
was
was
more
it?
partisan. It was the Child Abuse and
Oh, okay.
Neglect
There you go.
Registry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that one. Then we'll get back to the
Okay.
bathroom bill.
All right. Well, my friend, Representative Cindy Howerton from Wichita, has a deep heart for foster care kids and kids that are being hurt. And she had quite a few bills that went right through. A couple had been vetoed that we all really liked. That was because when it comes to child abuse and neglect, that's not a partisan issue.
Yeah.
It's we all want to take care of kids.
Yeah.
We all want to make sure that we don't have any kids abused or neglected. And it was one of those, why would she veto that? And I think because bills change, and it's a good thing in a lot of bills that when they change, because it just makes them better. So everyone was questioning why she vetoed that. But we didn't have to worry about it because we could get it passed back pretty quickly. I believe, and Cindy, forgive me if I'm doing this wrong. Once you get put on your name is on as a child abuser or neglect as a parent. Right now, you have no appeals process. If two people believe it and they put it on there, your name just stays on there. And she had referenced a lot of people, and this is only one of the instances. And one parent decided he wanted to say, or she wanted to say, that the other parent abused the child, and bringing in other people agreeing, and it didn't happen. So this was a way to clarify that and make sure that if you have never been found to be a child abuser or neglectful parent, you can get your name off that list. So,
I can see why that would be a good thing, especially as you're speaking. I'm thinking of, there's actually in other states, there's lots of examples of agree with the so-called gender transition.
Right.
I've seen cases where that parent then loses custody because they won't adhere to their child.
Yeah, they're abusing their child by not allowing them to be who they are.
So then that part of that bill may help in instances
it will
like that.
Absolutely help.
Okay.
And Cindy realized she's the chair of foster care, and I can't remember the last half of the name of her committee, but she realized from looking through this, and has been working so hard. I always tell her, God made you chair of this committee. You are the perfect person here. Don't ever forget that. But she realized that there's no due process. She said, this is against the law.
Wow.
You can't put someone on like Mean Girls, or you're the ugly list or something. You can't just leave someone on that and not give them the opportunity to get off. So that's kind of the nut of that bill. So
okay,
she did a great job. And then we just quickly didn't even discuss it on the floor. Basically, the time has now arrived for the body to consider veto of House Bill 2601 regarding child abuse and neglect registry. And then you open up the floor, and the chair of the committee will say something briefly, especially when it's an easy bill to go through. The ranking Democrat will come up. This is a good bill. We need to vote for this. And we got it done.
Okay.
So some things are easy. Other things are not as easy. So,
and one of those may be what we mentioned a little bit ago.
The bathroom bill.
The bathroom bill. So yeah, let's go into that and speak toward that one if we can.
Okay. One of the things that our caucus believes is that we have gone too far taking away the rights of young women and women in the state. Why I work so hard for fairness in women's sports. I'm still getting flack from people about that I hate transgenders. I don't hate anybody. I don't want to spread hate, but we needed to make sure that girls and women were safe in private spaces where they may be removing some of their clothes, locker rooms, etc. This is any public building, any government building, anything that's paid for by the state of Kansas. So we would get emails saying, well, how do you go in and help your child go to the bathroom?
It seems to me that a lot of those things,
common sense.
One, yes, it's common sense. Two, they like to fearmonger and and like, oh, you can't take your 2-year-old and that. Yeah, that's not what this is saying. This is really addressing the problem that we have people who are claiming to be the opposite sex are in bathrooms and private spaces that they should never be in. And 10 years ago, everybody would have cried foul on this.
Right.
So it's not until 2 minutes ago that others were like, oh, that's not fair. Oh, come on.
Carl Turner from Johnson County said, I don't know why this is such a big deal. None of you want me in your bathroom.
Yeah.
Carl is, 6'5" and
big dude.
Big dude. I mean, so he said, don't you think you guys would all yell about that? And I know that we were accused of doing this just because we have a transgender legislator in the House, Representative Boatman. But Representative Boatman claims that he's a woman, but he is a biological male and was using the bathroom off the House floor. That's just for representatives, and the women's bathrooms in the building. And he came as an activist. He wanted to stir up problems and ruffle all the feathers that he could. And there are individual bathrooms, family bathrooms in the House, in the Capitol, and so
that addresses that issue.
That addresses that issue. Just use
go
that.
to the family restroom then,
because you're not having 15 people coming in and seeing you zip up or go to the bathroom, whatever you're doing.
Sure.
So this has been an issue, and we've talked about doing it, and they claim that it was only because of our transgender legislator who's there now, but we had one before, and that was also a problem. So we passed this bathroom bill. Of course, the governor vetoed it. But before that, we had talked for hours one day about this bill, debating it on both sides. Mostly, we have some people on our side who are promoting it. We'll say a few things, but we need to give the opposite view enough time to talk about it. And believe me, sometimes when they talk about bills and they don't like something, we realize, hey, they're right. We should change this and we should amend this.
It's a good process to have both sides talk. Absolutely.
Yeah. But they had really chewed on it all day, all afternoon. I would say for at least 3 hours, maybe more. All right. So then the next day when you come up to present the bill, you can still debate it. And so it all started again. And this was my phone call with the reporter was about. He said, you called the question. He actually thought I called point of order. You can yell point of order if you believe that someone is incorrect or not staying on the topic of a bill.
Okay.
And you can come up and say, they're not talking about the bill. You have to get back onto
the straw manning or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I said, no, I called the question, which you can do if you feel like debate is really done. And that's what I did. I went up and I said, I call the question on the previous motion, which then that's debatable. So then they have to stop everything and everyone visits. And it's been about 20 minutes that we'd been talking about this bill again. And it was just this same regurgitation of things we had already heard. Calling the questions really stops the debate. That means the debate is closed.
Okay.
You have the carrier of the bill and the ranking Democrat, ranking minority can get up and say something, but that's it. No one else can get up. And then you have to vote. So apparently in interviews with some of the Democrats, they said that I squelched the debate on the bathroom bill, when in fact I said, no, I think it was time to stop as I often say, stop the bleeding. We got, sometimes you just need to vote on things.
Yeah.
And then, of course, I was blamed the rest of the session because people started using it on a regular basis. And it's not really supposed to be used on a regular basis. But I'm glad that I did it. And I don't feel badly that I did it. And I felt like we had a lot of business to do. And we had a very short timeline of when we could get everything done. And that's what I did.
Well, and it seems to me that sometimes there has to be the adult in the room. And I'm not saying that they're always acting like children, but that does happen where, as you said, you'd already debated it for hours and hours. There's nothing new coming up. It's kind of like one of those meetings that you sit through and you're like, yeah, we've already discussed this. Okay, it's time. At some point, somebody has to. Yeah.
And as a committee chair, I often can do that.
Okay.
I said, well, thank you, Representative. That's really great. I'll allow one more question. It has to be on something that we haven't already talked about.
Okay.
And then everyone's like, when you're the committee chair, you get to do that. You get to make the rules. So anyway,
well, that is good to know.
Yeah.
We are going to take a really quick break here, and we're going to get to trivia questions and some other announcements, and we'll be right back with Representative Wassinger. Thank you for listening to Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. We have that Care-a-thon goal of $125,000. This is your host, Cody Marinser, and I am also part of the board. Excited to be here with you today on this final day. Please call into 785-621-4110 to help with our cause, to help keep these radio stations going and growing. We've got matching funds of $10,660. That means if you donate right now, those matching funds will be used to double your dollars. Call 785-621-4110. We need to get those phones ringing this morning. We need to use up those matching dollars. If you're hearing me, please be one of those people that helps us to continue doing what we do. We ask that you would call 785-621-4110, or you can go to dvmercy.com. And while you're there, we've got a special tab that will show all of our donors and underwriters. And so if you want to go to that tab and just see who's all supports us, please go there and thank all those people. Make sure that you support them in their businesses also. I want to congratulate Mike Hurdle, who got the first trivia question of which of these roles are occupied by all baptized Catholics. Is it priest, prophet, king, or all of them? It is all of them. Congratulations to Mike Hurdle. We'll get him put into that drawing. We also want to do our second trivia question. Get the phones ready. 785-621-4110. Here's our second trivia question of the 7 o'clock hour. Which of these are a corporal work of mercy? Which of these are a corporal work of mercy? Is it A, feed the hungry, B, instruct the ignorant, C, vote for moral leaders, or D, all of the above? Which of these are a corporal work of mercy? A, feed the hungry, B, instruct the ignorant, C, vote for moral leaders, or D, all of the above. 785-621-4110. Call for your answer, call for your pledge, call for both, and let's get right back to our interview with Representative Barb Wassinger. All right, coming back with Representative Barb Wassinger on our update on Kansas legislative session, which got over here in earlier in April, I think you said, correct? And we're
Just a
also
week ago, I looked at my calendar and thought, I've only been home a week. I feel
wow.
like I feel like this has been a year. So
I bet it does kind of take a toll sometimes. So thank you for what you do. But we've been speaking about some wonderful bills that Representative Wassinger has worked on. We talked about the Child Abuse and Neglect Registry bill, the bathroom bill, which we just got done speaking about. And now I think we'll go to some of those other ones that you have worked on. And which one would you like to speak about now?
it's the Water Authority Clarification Bill 2433. I was asked a year ago to figure out what we can do legislatively on helping the cities of Hayes and Russell affect their ability to go get water at the R9 ranch. And what happened was 10 years ago, it all went into litigation with Edwards County. And I'm not dunning Edwards County. There were some very angry people that felt like we were going to take a straw and drain their water sources. The R9 ranch was about $4 million. It has 8,000 feet of water rights connected to it. It used to be a ranch, and there were 44 irrigation pivots. And let me see if I say this correctly. 44 one irrigation pivot uses over 1,000 gallons a day.
Oh, wow.
So that's a lot of water. So what we had to do is apply to this chief engineer of the Water Authority group and apply. We had to apply to them to change it from agricultural water to municipal water, which we did. We got done. We went through all the steps that you have to do in order to, the Water Transfer Act, you have to do a lot more when it's over a certain number of miles. And we are like 62 miles from the ranch. And so we have to build a pipeline. All right. When all this kind of started, what Edwards County did was then adopt all the rules and regulations of zoning from the chief engineer's office, which then would make us replicate everything we had done for the last 10 years, and we'd have to do it with Edwards County themselves. They were trying to make themselves a water authority in and of itself, just one county being a water authority. I believe the Water Authority began, I want to say the 40s, it might be the 60s, for the very reason, I had a senator say this, that, years ago, you used to you killed people over water rights in the state. We still argue with Nebraska and we still argue with Colorado about water and, and water transfer. We believe, and I know that we're right, is that the state needs to be in charge of water transfer, water rights, everything. Because if you start having every county, 105 counties, have their own water authority, if I have a river that runs through Ellis County and it starts in Rooks County, it would mean if Rooks County was their own water authority, they could dam the river.
Oh, wow.
And take it all. And you can't have that happen. If you own a pond and it's in one county and another county, one side could drain half the water because it's theirs. And the water authority is we have over appropriated water, but that's for another time and discussion. Okay. But so it was we still have a case in the Supreme Court that Edwards County had appealed all the way up to the Supreme Court about getting us out of their water. They didn't want us to get water from the R9 ranch. The Groundwater Management District and the Water Pack, which was set up by a group of irrigators, said this is going to ruin our infrastructure. Not true. State law says you have to fix anything that you disrupt. So
Okay.
anywhere we dig up to do a pipeline, we'd have to close it up and smooth it out. I mean, that's already in state law. So the city of Hayes and Russell has spent over $10 million in litigation with Edwards County. There's 8,000 acre feet of water in the ranch. By state law, we can have approximately, and these aren't exact numbers, about 6,700 acre feet of water.
Okay.
Voluntarily, Hayes and Russell said, we'll only take 4,200 acre feet of water. Well, one of the arguments that Edwards County and all of the committee meetings were, if you just would take 2,500, we wouldn't argue. But you can't negotiate law in a committee meeting. You can't negotiate a settlement when you don't have that ability to do it. You can say that. We'll pull all of this away. That wasn't going to happen. So this bill basically changed the Home Rule Act in Kansas law. And we put in basically what we did, and it's already been done for oil and gas, that said no county should make any law or regulation regarding water transfer and water authority themselves. They can't do it. But see, Edwards County had already done it. So we made it retroactive as well as prospectively they can't do it, except for all counties are responsible for private water wells and placement and zoning.
Okay.
We don't, that is nothing, but that really clarified what actually existed in statute. It just never was challenged. And throughout the House hearings, I said, if we allow Edwards County to be their own water authority, we're going to have other counties want to do the same thing. And sure enough, in the Senate hearings, we had 2 other counties come and say, this is the right thing to do to allow counties to zone and decide their own water rights. But City of Hayes and Russell bought those water rights. They had water is regulated by the state, but it's owned as a property right. So if you have a water well on your property, it's yours. Now, the state can tell you can't use water like here. You can't be watering between 12 and 7. You can't waste water. We have the best conservation record in the entire state. And I continually try to ask them to make everyone else do it because we use less water today than we did in the 70s with 5,000 more people.
Wow.
That's pretty amazing.
That's pretty good.
So this really clarified everything. We can't have 105 water authorities in the state, and it went through really well.
Okay.
Caused a lot of sleepless nights for me. As I said, it was a pass-fail exam for me. It wasn't, oh, I got a C on that, I'm good. No, I either had to get it passed or I failed.
Okay.
So I took it very seriously. So
I would
that was, I also had to get that done early so it didn't get bundled with a bunch of other non-water. They wanted to put it with water bills, and it's not a water bill. It's a clarification of Home Rule Act by the counties. And just after this passed, they had a deposition, the cities had a deposition with Edwards County, and the people from Edwards County said, well, we knew we were wrong. We were just trying to keep you from getting it.
Well then.
Okay. I mean, then we were right.
Like,
so there we go.
Looks like you were well in your rights to do so then.
That's right. So
okay.
It was it's probably the best. It's one of my greatest achievements in terms of just trying to get it through. And I was being teased mercilessly by other legislators. When I was going over to the Senate every day, I had to know I had at least 21 is the majority.
Okay.
But I needed more than 21. I couldn't leave it at 21. So I kept going over. And the the majority leader in the Senate said, what are you doing here? Why are you always in the Senate? And I said, I won't have to be here if you guys just run the bill and pass the bill through and I can get it to the governor. I will leave you alone. He said, well, I kind of like seeing you. And I said, well, I can come back if you want me to. But I spent, all my days, I'd go to committee meetings, and the rest of the day I'd be going back and forth trying to make appointments with senators. And we had great help with that. But anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you so very much for all of your work on that. No, I appreciate it. The next one, I really don't know anything about. And so you can give us some really good insight into this, at least for me, would be the potable water reuse.
There were no statutes or laws, which is a statute is basically a law, but there was no clarification on what you could use as potable water and where you could do it. And potable water it's already used water, and it's been cleaned and it's ready to go to go through the water system again. Most of them. Now, gray water is from like your washing machines and dishwasher. That needs a little bit more because it has some different chemicals in it. So this really kind of helped it was a way to help everyone understand what they could and couldn't do. And prior to this, they couldn't use potable water in some agriculture, or we've been using it in Hayes for years. We use potable water to water the flower pots and the flower patches and in parks because it's been cleaned. This water has been cleaned. People say, oh, would I want to drink it? Not regular potable water, but it also kind of, if I remember correctly, it also delineated what you needed to do in order to put it back into your water system.
Gotcha.
Because there are a lot of people that have aquifers underneath them, and they let water filter through the ground, which is the best filtration you could ever have on water.
Wow.
So anyway, it just really clarified for everyone what you can and can't do and how you need to get that done.
Okay. So how about our next one on the list would be HB 2562, which is the disability license plates.
You would think license plates are not controversial, but there are
in our world today,
everything is controversial. But I hear the Department of Revenue's budget, and they have lost a tremendous over a few $1 million on license plates because they're not charging enough for them. B, the statute says that you have to mail this and the other thing that happened was an explosion of specialty license plates, and this disability license plate is clearly another specialty plate. So I was not familiar with the disability license plates, and I would have to look that up again, but it's a matter of, are you going to charge more for it? Are you going to limit how many people can get it? I'm not sure what the bill actually did because I wasn't familiar with this.
Okay.
So,
but it was just
license plates. We talk about license plates so much. I'm like, seriously, can we stop talking about license plates?
Okay.
And just FYI, the Department of Revenue would like everyone to get the blackout plate. It's a black license plate with white lettering.
Oh, really?
It was allowed like a couple of years ago. It is the easiest license plate for any law enforcement or emergency vehicles people to see. Oh. And you see some of those license plates with different colors, and it's hard to. So they're the cheapest ones, and so they literally said in committee, if we could just get everyone to do blackout plates. So everyone wants a license plate for, World Grape Day, all these things. And so I'm like, oh, who cares? Because they're digital now and it's not as expensive to make them, but it still is a cost to the Department of Revenue. So
okay,
I told them I would work a bill to make sure that they didn't lose money on their fees. Unfortunately, they put fees for things in statute.
So what does that mean?
You can't raise the fee on anything if it's in statute and says
Okay.
no more than
Oh, gotcha.
$20.
Okay.
And it costs you $40 to make the license plate. Just an example. You don't want that specific. You want to say they can change that from as needed from time to time with legislative approval. They could come to my committee meeting and say, we are losing money on these. We need to raise these levels.
Okay.
So,
all right. Well, let's go then to the rural attorney training.
I hear the judiciary budget too. There are about 90 some budgets, 92 budgets in the state of Kansas, and I hear 26 of them. So I can tell you, I hear a lot of them. They tried to put it in judiciary for money in their budget. And I said, I think I kind of caused this bill. I said, no, I don't think we should be putting that in the budget and just keeping and giving that money all the time. You need to make sure that everyone feels that that's important. So it's a grant money put in to pay people, pay off their student debts, et cetera, to come out and at least practice in Western Kansas for, I think it's 5 years. So that's what this was, is to make sure that they had the money to do that. And we put it in statute.
Okay.
Someone else agreed with me, apparently. So I'm not always right, but sometimes I'm trying to think of common sense responses to things. And why do we just keep adding to this budget? Why don't you get it into statute?
Yeah. There you go.
And also my belief is that everything needs to have a sunset, because you need to relook at things, because otherwise
it just becomes, this is the way we've always
done it. We're just going to keep doing it.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Oh, thank you. All right. This last one I think is also a very important one. So this would be the childhood vaccine schedule to allow the KDHE to follow reduced federal recommendations. And it's my understanding that the veto override failed in the Senate. But what does it look like for the provisions of this, or for future of this? And also just, this is one of those things too, where I think that parents should be able to make informed decisions for their children.
I just said that yesterday.
And so to me, it is one of those things where, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. A lot of people, you'll get that.
Yes.
You always get the buzzwords.
Yes.
When you're against something, someone will be, you're
anti.
You're
a bad
you're
person.
Phobic here. Or you're like, okay, whatever. I just think that, parents should be the ones that are making the decisions for their children's healthcare and stuff like that. So I think this one's very important. What can you tell us about this?
Well, just so happens I'm the one who put the proviso in the budget that got vetoed. I work with a lot of different people who say, "Are you interested in doing this? Would you be interested in offering this?" And this was one that I said, absolutely. Absolutely. A proviso is not a bill. It is something that just is brought up in appropriations, and it's voted on whether or not you want to put it into the budget, and it got into the budget, and it passed through the House fairly easily. I thought, great, we got it through the House and it was fine, and let's see what the Senate does. But they decided not to bring it up. The reason I brought it up was because I believe the same that you do. This does not deny vaccines, your standard vaccines, diphtheria, measles, polio, things like that, things that they know have great efficacy, and that we need these to keep our community as a whole healthy. In the past few years, KDHE has stuck a laundry list of vaccines, and you can still get any one of those that you want, or any one of those for your children. It is just not demanded with this proviso. It doesn't mean you have to have that in order to go to school. And I believe exactly the way you do. Parents know what's best for their children. If you have a child that has health issues that needs a different vaccine, you should be able to get it. And insurance should be able to pay for it because it's what you need to do for your child. And I know there are some people that think the more vaccines, the better. But all I have to do is say COVID vaccine, and we can start another discussion about whether things were needed and had to be done. So I gave this proviso because I believe that parents with their physician can make the best decisions for their kids. And I thought that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was on target when he got these developed. Yes, we need to prepare ourselves from many different viruses and issues, but we don't need to over-vaccinate healthy children that are fine. And let's let the parents and their physicians decide.
Yeah.
I thought that was common sense, but apparently I also am the anti-vaxxer, and I want people to die. I want children to die, for sure. I want children to die, and I want all these problems.
Oh, man. It's amazing what gets thrown out at you if you're just...
I know. And you know what? God's been so good to me because now when people say things, I kind of just, I say, okay, whatever you think. Sure. It's not true. But hey, I'm here for a reason. So I must speak my words.
Something I have learned from a priest that is near and dear to me is, well, good for you.
Yeah.
And I think that helps a lot. Great for you. I'm moving on.
Yes, that's right.
All right. In our last couple of minutes here, then, do you want to give us some insight into other bills that are being considered or drafted for the next legislative session? There we go.
Okay. Well, that one, I just went to the Hayes Med volunteer meeting where they had volunteers from all over Northwest Kansas came in and talked, and they had Trooper Ben there. Mm-hmm. And he gave me a great idea. He said, I have all sorts of bills that don't make sense. Because I said, we have to get rid of those don't make sense things. And so I'm going to talk to him and see what bills he's talking about and try to work on that. There are so many different things that are coming forward. I couldn't even begin to give you that laundry list. Okay. I haven't heard what people are doing.
Well, then very quickly, maybe you can give us some insight because I want to know this too. What does our 2026 Kansas gubernatorial election field look like right now?
Oh, Lord, I have no idea. Okay. There are so many people running.
That's what I thought. Last I heard there was 6, but maybe there's more now.
There's always somebody else. I think we'll know more as we get closer to August when in the primary.
Okay.
I think there's a possibility that any one of the candidates could be the nominee. And it'll make a difference when they choose their lieutenant governor as well.
Yeah.
So that may make you pause and say, I don't think that was a very good idea. So we'll see. We'll see. I wish I could give you more information, and I just don't want to endorse anyone or done anyone when I don't even know where we're going with this, but I would like to see what happens as we get closer to the primary.
Yeah. Let us all do our homework.
Yeah.
Okay. Very last thing. Have you announced your intent to run again?
I did.
Okay.
I re-registered in January of this year, so I am going to run again. I feel like God isn't done with me getting beaten up for protecting women and girls in this world, and they or the childhood vaccine. Also, the other proviso I did was to that went through was to not allow any state Medicaid care program, any state dollars to be used for abortions.
Oh, fantastic.
So there's a reason I'm there. There's a reason I'm supposed to be there. And that's your last question, I think, is how do you balance your political career with your home and faith? Sometimes not well, because sometimes you have to be gone when you would really like to be back home.
Oh, yeah.
And that's hard. I pray about it every day. I start with the rosary, and I ask for my guardian angel to follow me, and I say, give me discernment. Tell me if you want me here. And I honestly believe, and I know this sounds really boastful maybe, but I believe God wants me there for a reason. I never should be there. I never wanted to be in the state legislature. I never worked for it. I had prayed, and I said, well, you're going to have to hit me over the head. And Lord, you sure did. Don't say that to him, because he will. I love my job. I love having the honor of representing my constituency. And do I represent everyone? I absolutely know that's not true. But do I represent the people who feel similar to me? And even not all Catholics think I'm all that great. But I believe I'm supposed to do what God wants me to do. And as long as I do that, I'll be okay. And if I lose the race because of my religious beliefs,
so be it.
That's what happens.
Hey.
I have grandkids. I have the 5 beautiful grandchildren I love. In fact, I'm going to go see one in Florida soon. It is part of my life. I can't divide. This is my political life. This is my faith life, because they spill over and they intertwine. And I'm grateful for that. And I am so honored to be in the House. And he's given me so many wonderful opportunities just to have his voice heard. And I think 90% of the job is getting to know people, because I could not have passed that water clarification bill if I did not have relationships with people in the building.
Yeah.
And that's what I try to do, because we're supposed to love everyone, good or bad. I try to be nice to everybody. I try to make sure that they know me, I know them. And if I can help you, let me know. And then I can go to them and ask them for help too.
You are listening to Divine Mercy Radio Spring Care-a-thon, a light in the dark. Oh no, we are. Behold, I make all things new. I was thinking of our last one. I apologize. You're listening to 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg and Salina, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM Hayes, 89.1 KGOH Colby, and 107.3 K297 AI Hill City. We thank you guys for being here with us. I do want to congratulate Isidore Chancellor, who won that last question of which of these are a corporal work of mercy, and it was Feed the Hungry. Nice job to Isidore for listening. Probably at school now, though. We appreciate the Chancellors. They support us. Please go support them down in the Great Bend area. Remember that we are on our Care-a-thon pledge drive here. We do this twice a year, and I do want to thank Louie and Allison Ochoa. Allison is part of our board of directors, and Louie, her husband, and her, they called in and they donated $250 toward our station, and that will use up some of those matching funds. We started today with $10,660 in matching funds, and we need to use those up by the end of the day. So if you're listening to me, please call 785-621-4110 and help us to continue doing what we do best, putting out quality programming, growing the way that the Lord wants us to, and just continuing to spit the truth the best that we possibly can. 785-621-4110 or go to dvmercy.com. We are ready to get to another one of our wonderful interviews here in just a second. I'm actually going to look for our 8 o'clock trivia questions. I've got them stuck somewhere in all of my papers, and so we'll get to those questions, and we will get rolling back with our regular programming. I might have to have the guys print me off a new sheet. Yep. Okay. Instead of a question, oh, there it is. I just found it. Thanks. I appreciate you dealing with me. All those people who are watching live on Facebook, Rumble, YouTube are probably like, get it together, guy. But we've got it. Here we go. Trivia question for the 8 o'clock hour is going to be this. Which of these is a cardinal virtue? A, believing. B, patience. C, piety. D, faith. Which of these is a cardinal virtue? A, believing, B, patience, C, piety, D, faith. Actually, okay. We'll let the phones ring. 785-621-4110. Call there for an answer. And also, please call in to make your donation. 785-621-4110. Without further ado, though, we really want to get to this wonderful interview that we're going to have. We've got Spencer Daum in here with us, and he is going to be talking about adoration under the stars. Spencer is the oldest of 4 children and is from Shawnee, Kansas. He attended St. James Academy High School and is currently a sophomore at Fort Hays State University studying history education. He is currently the liturgies coordinator at the Como Catholic Campus Center. Great to have you in here, young man.
Great to be here. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So I got to just meet Spencer for like 60 seconds earlier. It's great to get to meet you a little bit. Do you want to give us a little bit more background? I mean, we've got a little bit of your bio here, but it'd also be what did your faith life look like? We see that you went to St. James Academy, so that gives us a little bit of a clue, but maybe you want to give us a little bit more insight into your family life and growing up.
Yeah, for sure. So like you said, I'm the oldest of 4. I have 2 Catholic parents. They were great. So I kind of grew up cradle Catholic, went to Catholic school most of my life up until about 6th grade, and then tried public school for a couple years. But yeah, during that kind of public school stunt, that's kind of when I fell off from the faith for a little bit, kind of went more secular, almost atheistic there for a while, and then had a huge reversion back about my junior year of high school. And yeah, just on a huge retreat. St. James was great. It's a super great Catholic high school. And yeah, ever since then, we've just been growing and growing. And so.
Okay. So just quick sub question on that then is what is it that kind of drew you back to the faith? Was it more the intellectual side? Was it something that you saw in other people? Or can you really point to anything that you were like, that's what really started me wanting to come back to the faith?
Yeah. So it's actually kind of funny we're talking about adoration under the stars, because the first kind of encounter I had with Jesus truly was in a Eucharistic adoration on that high school retreat. But the thing that really kind of kept me going in the faith was the intellectual side, for sure. We had a apologetics class, and so my whole life I'd kind of been seeking for an answer, and no one ever really had an answer for me. My parents didn't know why we did the things we did, but they always took us to mass, so can't blame them there. But then I finally had a teacher, apologetics. He showed us kind of a little bit into philosophy, how we can think from there, how to properly think. And then every question I had about the faith, other faiths, he always had an answer for. So yeah, I would
Absolutely.
say intellectual for sure.
There you go. So maybe we can draw then into, we've got a little bit on your background, and now you're at Fort Hays. What brought you to Fort Hays maybe?
Originally sports. So
Okay.
I came here on a track and field scholarship and a walk-on as football. So I was dual sporting. That was last year. And yeah, it's kind of a gem out here, a hidden gem that most Eastern Kansas people don't know about, because and I'm guilty of it too. I thought it was just like middle of nowhere. We're just going to see tumbleweeds. It was funny. The first time I came here, I actually saw my first tumbleweed.
Really?
I was like, it was really funny. But yeah, so good education. Originally, I was here for construction management as well. So
Okay.
and they have an incredible program it's not going to put you $200,000 into debt. So
Okay, there you go. Now, what did you run in track?
I was a thrower,
Oh, good. What'd you all throw?
shot put and discus, but
Shot and
shot put
disc.
was my main thing. Yeah.
Okay, I coached. We had a meet yesterday. Love our throwers. Great people. I mean, there's a lot of good kids on the team.
Right.
But, yeah, that's awesome. So how did you do during your stint as a thrower?
Here, not very well, because, college sports, they're all year round. And so football and track were overlapping. So I'd get a little bit of time in track, but we were in the middle of football season. So I didn't really want to go anyway. They were switching everything up about me. So I just decided, probably a little jump the gun, but I decided it wasn't for me. So
Okay.
then football for the rest of the year. Yeah.
Okay. And what'd you play in football?
I was a middle linebacker.
Okay. I wouldn't know about that. I was never big enough to play.
It's okay. I've never been tall enough, so I got wider.
Well, thank you so much for your background. We really appreciate it. That kind of gives us a little insight into who we're talking to. You know, people on the radio obviously can't see us. Those people online can. But we really appreciate you being here today. And that also helps us then to start digging into, all right, you know, you came for scholarship. You know, you were into sports. You were even in a different degree than you are now. So what kind of started you getting into the campus center in and of itself?
Originally, it was I had a focus missionary reach out to me, Donovan Hurd, and yeah, he just invited me to a Bible study. I had by this point in my life, I had a strong kind of not super strong, but like it was a foundational prayer life and whatnot. And so the campus center was it's just a walk away. It's on campus. I would always go in there to the chapel when I needed. And yeah, the community just draws you in after that. Jesus gets you there and the community keeps you going, I guess.
Okay. Well, then, you know, as you speak about Jesus getting you there, we are here kind of to talk about adoration under the stars. So, you know, like you said, well, he's going to get you. He's going to draw you in. What did first draw you to Eucharistic adoration?
Other than just having it like offered at my school at retreats, I would say, yeah, just kind of after started going to daily mass a little more, my senior year of high school, they would always expose the Eucharist before. So they'd have the 6:30 mass and then have like an hour of confessions and Eucharistic adoration and then 8:05 mass. So I would just kind of show up and he was just out on the altar, you know, and yeah, he just works in mysterious ways. He keeps drawing you in, whether you know it or not. So I guess that's kind of what it was, just kind of being with him that first time.
Okay. Now, did anything change in the way that you approach adoration from high school to now? And the reason why I ask is I taught it 10 years at TMP. We had adoration once a month there, sometimes more. And, you know, a lot of high school kids are like, oh, okay, you know, we got to go sit in the chapel again, you know. And I've even had some former students that were like, you know, they told me later, I wish I would have taken more advantage of that. But now they're in college and they're going to their campus centers and they love adoration. They can't get enough of it. You know, so was it a little the same for you, or did you kind of catch fire while in high school?
So it definitely started like that. I was the high school boy that was just like, I don't want to be here whatsoever.
It's hard to stay awake.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Great napping spot if you ever needed one. Just make sure that teachers don't catch you. But yeah, it was kind of like that. Didn't really know what to do at first. We also had kind of like, we called it draw near. So we do it, I think, once a month on Wednesdays, where it'd be kind of like a praise and worship with Eucharistic adoration. So I guess that was kind of how it started. I guess in summary, like a lot more distractions than what I probably needed during Eucharistic adoration. But then reading a lot of good books, the spiritual fathers, and it's more about just now actually just sitting with Jesus, understanding it like it's an actual relationship, you know?
Yeah.
So a lot more silence. And that's like you said about those other college students, the silence is just something, you can't get enough of it. It's tough to get because there's so much going on, but once you get it, it's like, wow, I just want to sit here forever. So
that is awesome. How has then your faith influenced your involvement in getting this Eucharistic adoration night to night, which is a great night to be able to have you come on and say, hey, come to this. But how has your faith influenced your involvement in planning this event? Also, what does it mean to you personally to be involved in it?
So this is an event we do every year. So luckily it wasn't me like setting it up like, hey, Father, here's something we should do. But it's something they kind of already had the groundwork for. So I'm just kind of helping set up, making sure it runs smoothly. This is actually my first, I wasn't able to go to it last year. So this will be my first time going, but I'm super excited. Yeah, I guess I'll just talk about my faith influencing it, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is my first semester as the liturgies coordinator. Lucas, our campus minister, he was the one that
Lucas Roth.
Yeah,
great guy.
Kind of forced me to do it almost. He was like,
Good.
I want you to do it because the liturgy is something I'm kind of super passionate about. I just think it's if it is what we say it is, why not make it as beautiful as we can, you know?
Yeah.
So that's kind of been my huge thing. And so influencing this, I think it would be just like, I kind of want people to encounter what I've encountered through Eucharistic adoration. And what better way to do it in God's own creation, you know? So trying to just put it on as best as I can, not like a show, but just make it as beautiful because Jesus is beautiful. So trying to draw people in that way, I guess.
That's awesome. You are listening to Spencer Daum, and he's speaking about adoration under the stars. He's a student here at Fort Hays State University. And so you're going to want to continue to listen to this. And also, you know, just a quick plug for that. If you are available tonight to get out to TMP's campus, you know, we've got a beautiful grotto over there. Over the years, there have been a lot of people who have put a lot into that grotto area. And I know there's still some people that take care of it today. And it's just a beautiful place, but they'll be out there. They'll have music. They'll have some different lighting. Obviously, the big focus of it is that it is adoration under the stars. And it is, what is that, 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock? I don't remember.
8:30.
8:30. Okay.
Later. Father's coming in from Chicago. So,
okay. So
Yeah.
pray for his quick and easy return. And then, yeah, if you're able to get out there tonight, but you are listening to Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. I do want to remind everybody that we have that goal of $125,000. We started this morning with $67,221. We also had that injection of $10,000 extra dollars in matching funds. And so we started with $10,660. You are one of those people that calls in and donates, those matching funds then will immediately double your donation. So, you know, there's not very often that you get to use other people's money. So, you know, take advantage of that. That's what they put it out there for, is they want other people to be able to donate, to match it right away, and to help us continue doing what we do. Please help us to continue to spread the gospel. Help us to continue to grow. We are so blessed by you. Call 785-621-4110, just like Sienna Miller, who called in and gave $250. 785-621-4110. That means Sienna's donation becomes a $500 donation with our matching funds. 785-621-4110. I also want to congratulate Paulette Reichert for calling in and getting the trivia question. We will get some more questions, and we'll make sure that we've got all the answers correct and everything. I think we had some things mixed up on that last one, but congratulations to Paulette. She will be put into a drawing for a $50 gift certificate, which we will draw today at the 4 o'clock hour, and that will be to Messenger, Traditional Catholic Books and Gifts. Jerome and Angela Schmeidler are the owners and operators of Messenger, so please go down and see them on 10th Street right off of Main. They have a beautiful store. They're wonderful people, have a beautiful family. Sometimes they even have their daughters down there, and their daughters will make little notes to people. I mean, it's just a great store, wonderful people. Please support them before you go to like Amazon or something else. Stay local, support our wonderful Catholic community. All right, we're going to get right back to it, and we'll get you guys another trivia question here in about 10 to 15 minutes. We're speaking with Spencer Daum about adoration under the stars. All right. So, Spencer, you know, Father, God willing, gets back. Where did you say he was coming from?
Chicago. He's doing spiritual direction training, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
Fantastic.
He's almost done with it. So I think it's been a long process. He's excited to get done. So
good. So
Yeah.
he'll make it back. We'll start at 8:30. And tell us a little bit about what does it look like when someone shows up to this?
So you walk in to the grotto. I don't know how else to describe it except it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's got those trees, got a lot of nature to it. And so it's bring your own chairs, either chair, blanket. Seating won't be provided. So hopefully you'll have a chair on your shoulder or whatnot. And it's dependent if you're coming in after we've put them up there or not, but we'll process in with the Eucharist in hand and put them kind of on the grotto, little altar there. And we'll have priests to the right, kind of behind the tree line, 4 of them for confessions. And other than that, all the lighting will be on Jesus. So, and you'll have the stars above you. So it'll be, other than that, yeah.
Awesome. Live music.
Live music. Yeah.
Okay. Who is a part of the music ministry team now? Do you know?
Like who's singing tonight or
Yeah.
just
Yep.
I know Maggie Ballman is.
Okay,
and I
that's
think-
fantastic. If you guys know Maggie, if you're listening, local lady, she's a wonderful young lady, comes from a great family, and so please thank her for her gifts because she has a wonderful voice and wonderful talent for playing music.
Yeah, she does. I think Ethan Shepner as well. He's a campus center guy, sophomore with me.
Okay.
And I want to say there's one more, but I'm totally blanking on who it is
Okay,
right now.
so whoever you are, we're sorry,
Yeah.
but we thank you for your ministry.
Right.
So how did this event? You said this is your first year helping out.
Yep.
All right. I know that I've been to it in the past, and it's been going for several years now. How did it first come about? And what do what's kind of the historical background of it?
Yeah. Honestly, couldn't really tell you how
Okay.
that far in, but I'd imagine it was just kind of, if I were to go off it myself, something like, well, I mean, we have God's beautiful creation out there.
Yeah.
The weather's finally warming up. Why not do it in the Marion Grotto? Because that place is, I've only seen it like once or twice, but man, it's a nice little grotto out there. So
Yeah.
it's a great spot. TMP's amazing for letting us use that space, helping us out best they can. And yeah, I guess anything else on that? I don't know.
Okay. Well, maybe then the next question, because you were talking about the beauty of the spot, is, Jesus obviously is the focal point, but just being in the grotto can help us to enhance that experience. And it's not that we should, we shouldn't want to live for the consolations. We had a discussion we talked about yesterday, but sometimes God will give us those consolations because he is the creator. Like, absolutely, come meet my son in my creation.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes when we have these things, it can enhance our communion with our Lord, our prayer, our experience of adoration. Do you want to talk about that just a little bit, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, truth, beauty, goodness. It's one of the transcendentals, So he gave us that beauty for a reason. And I don't think you find God's beauty anywhere else better than in nature, because it's first and foremost his creation above all. Like, man does nothing on that. And so like you were saying, yeah, like he gives those consolations, those beautiful moments, because it enhances the experience, I guess. And beauty is one of those things, if we can use it like to point us back to him, I mean, it's just like, you just really you're kind of starstruck almost, because it's like, wow, there's so much design behind this, so much love put into this. So I think it's really just one of those that it can point us and uplift our hearts. And who knows, there might be some people out there who just really need that consolation, and others that may not. But other than that, it's a beautiful event regardless. So
Yeah. I heard Father Mike Schmitz, he did a talk years ago. He's never met him personally, but just a great priest,
Right.
great guy.
He's awesome.
Listen to anything of his, it's great. And he was talking about, people who say, I don't need to go to church. I can experience God in nature. And he's like, great. God made nature. Good. But you can't experience Jesus in the way that you can in nature, that you can when you meet him at Mass.
Mm-hmm.
The beauty about this is, although we're not receiving him in the Eucharist, he is literally present there, right on the altar, in the monstrance. And so, especially for those people, like you were saying, that, like, that love nature, that are, pun intended, probably starstruck.
Right.
That is one of those things that can just, really help you to understand, especially if you're out there looking and, you're just gazing at the stars, gazing at the trees, gazing at Jesus. There's no way that I understand atheists that can look at creation and be like, oh yeah, this is an accident.
Oh yeah. No.
I mean, it's just, to me, it's insane to me to look around, which is why I think, speaking about this adoration under the stars, you get to look at our Lord, the creator of everything around you, while you're sitting in that beauty. And it just gives you that sense of awe of, oh my goodness, how special are we?
Right. Yeah. To be invited into something like that. And I don't know, you just look around, like the stars are incredible. Don't get me wrong, the stars, the grotto, but then you your eyes will finally come back to the altar, and that's where all the light is, and you just see the rays of sun, I guess, as the monstrance is meant to intend or portray. But and it's just like, wow, like this is all great around me, but that's what I really am made for right there, Jesus in the altar. So
that is awesome. We're going to get right back to our interview with Spencer Daum in just a minute, but I want to remind everybody once again that we are listening to our spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. And as we're speaking about that, if you can make it to Adoration Under the Stars tonight, just kind of gaze at God's beauty, gaze at him on the altar, and you'll really contemplate that whole thing about him making all things new. We want to send out a huge thank you to all of our listeners. If you're driving down the highway, if you are at home cleaning, if you are cooking, whatever you're doing, thank you for listening. Please pray for the continued success of these radio stations. But also, we would ask that you would join with us and help us to use up some of our matching funds. We still have that $10,000 left in matching funds. So please call in 785-621-4110. That's 785-621-4110. We also want to remind people that we do have those gifts that we are giving out. So if you are somebody who gives $250 or more, you will be entered into a drawing for a Bose portable smart speaker donated by Dave and Janet Schmidt. They also donated 2 handmade cutting boards, and so you'll be in a drawing for those. There's a ladies' yellow 14-karat stud earrings, and they are a total of 0.88 carat weight. Those are donated by Dustin and Lainey Roths, the owners of Diamond R Jewelry. We also will put you in a drawing for a handmade ladder rosary by Dora Liker, a $150 gift certificate to Biggie Meats donated by Stephen and Melissa Biggie of Hayes, and a drawing for a $100 gift certificate to Hickok Steakhouse here in Hayes. The owners are Oscar Runyon, Greg Whitehair, and Damon Hoare, and they feed us every day. So please, even if you don't win that, please go support them. Eat at Hickok's. It's a great place. I mean, especially, I like my carbs a little bit too much, but those rolls with that cinnamon butter, oh my goodness, it's so delicious. So thank them, support them. I also want to thank somebody who called in and donated, and this would be Rosa, I am apologizing for this, Mawini. I think it's Rosa Mawini, who donated $240. And so that gets us to a $480 donation with those matching funds. So please remember that we've got those matching funds. We've got those raffle prizes. Call 785-621-4110. If we got 40 people to donate $250, so that's only 5 people per hour, we would finish the day with matching all of our $10,000 that we have left in our matching funds. Call in and be one of those 5 people we need per hour. Please join with Rosa. Please join with Sienna Miller. Call 785-621-4110. That's 2 of them we've gotten this hour. We need at least 3 more. 785-621-4110. If you have a donation that you could give of $500, 1,000, 5,000, whatever it is, 785-621-4110. But also, let's not forget about those who maybe you're not blessed with as much as some other people may be. If you can give $20, $50, or $100, 785-621-4110. Now, I think I'm going to let Dom read our second trivia question. We're maybe a minute or 2 early. I usually like to stay on track, but I also want to get back to this interview with him. So I'm going to let him read our next trivia question, 785-621-4110. Just don't read the answer. I've done that before.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
All right. Which of these titles also refers to Our Lady of Victory? Our Lady of Lepanto, Our Lady of Guadalupe, Our Lady of Fatima, or Our Lady of Perpetual Help?
Can you read it one more time? And way to get them right.
Which of these titles also refers to Our Lady of Victory? Our Lady of Lepanto, Our Lady of Guadalupe, Our Lady of Fatima, or Our Lady of Perpetual Help.
785-621-4110. And we thank Dom for Spencer. Sorry, Dom's his last name. Do you ever just get called by your last name?
All the time.
Okay.
All the time.
So we thank Spencer Dom for reading that for us and for being with us. Let's get back into our interview. We're talking about Adoration Under the Stars with Spencer. He is a sophomore at Fort Hays State University. So Spencer, this is your first year heading this up. What were some of the challenges in bringing this about?
Yeah. Obviously the first challenge is weather. It's always tricky out here in Hays.
God's in your hands.
Oh man. So I don't think it's supposed to rain. I haven't checked the weather because
I don't know. It's been crazy for May.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Woke up this morning. It was freezing outside. I was like, man, what happened to 80 degrees?
Yep.
But yeah, so weather, the first one, we've been getting some rain. So hopefully it's not too soggy out there, but regardless, it should be good. The music, that's a tough one because got to get the big amps, the extension cords, all that. I forgot to mention we'll have tiki torches, I think, set up for the kind of the walkway, the lighting. So making sure those are upright, got enough fuel in them, and let's see. Yeah, really just promoting the event because it's kind of tough. It's a Friday, especially getting close to finals week. So all the students are a little tired for sure, but hopefully they use it as an opportunity to just come rest for a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
So
now, is this a joint venture between you, the music liturgy? Are you in charge of everybody at the campus center? Do you guys have your own groups? How does that work?
yeah, so we have like a whole team actually that we run it really well. So really, I just kind of have to get the servers, the lectors, and all that. We don't have any lectors tonight, but that's usually my job, getting all the scheduling out. But like you said, the music coordinators are kind of separate. So we work as a team, but they kind of man that up on their own. So yeah, they set that up all by themselves. They just let me know and let Lucas know, like, hey, we got someone. Like, okay, we're good. We'll get going from there. So it's really good. Divide and conquer. No one's ever overworked. So yeah, I love the way we do it. It's a great system.
Okay. Now, one of the things that maybe you can get, if people have never been there before, do you want to speak to the lighting a little bit? What do you guys do with the lighting? Maybe what's the purpose of it? What's the importance of it?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. So we'll have tiki torches kind of lined on the little walkway up to the grotto, the sidewalk area. And other than that, there's not a whole lot of lighting for where we're sitting, for where the people will be sitting kind of in the area behind the altar. And that is intentional because all the lighting is on Jesus in the monstrance. We'll have plenty of lighting. You'll be able to see him for sure. And so, yeah, it's definitely intentional. Take the moment off of us and really just let us sit in the presence of God. And the priests at confession, I guess, they'll have like little flashlights, and when they're ready, they'll just flick them. So other than that, yeah, it's pretty dim for the most part. So really just let you sit in that natural environment out there with all the lighting on Jesus.
Yeah. And what do you guys do with the lighting on the monstrance?
So we'll have candles to the sides of it.
Okay.
And then we'll actually get like some flashlights and point it at it the whole time. So,
okay. Because I know in years past they had they had a light that changed colors and things like that. And I didn't know what you guys were planning for this year.
So usually whenever we do ABC night at the campus center, we have like that light. I know what flashlight you're talking about. And I don't know. We haven't talked about if we're going to change the color or not. I'm sure it would be great looking. Usually we'll go like orange or blue at the campus center, and it just something about it enhances the moment. But I don't know. I would be fine with just a regular white light on it.
Yeah.
Just because it's like, just makes everything even brighter.
Just pure and natural.
Just pure and natural. Yeah. Right.
That's awesome. Wow. So who else is involved in this? We've got Father. We've got Mr. Rhodes, which is great to have him there. I mean, Lucas is such a great dude. Yeah. And we've got you guys. Are there anybody else within the community that's involved, or is that pretty much take care of it?
Yeah, we've got 4 other priests. Well, or maybe it's 4 total. But I know Father Fred will be there. So if you're St. Joe goer, Father Fred will be there.
Okay.
Always love his confessions.
Absolutely.
Straight to the point. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But Yeah, so we got the music, we got Maggie and Ethan and all them. There's someone helping with all the sound systems that knows it way better than us.
Yeah.
I'm totally blanking on his name again.
Okay.
So
we apologize, but thank you.
yes, exactly.
That's okay.
Right. And then we'll have 4 servers out there kind of helping coordinate confessions, doing all the altar work and whatnot. And yeah, that's kind of about it.
Okay.
Pretty much just anyone who wants to help on the leadership team. Because set up and tear down is going to be probably the most difficult part of the night. So
when do you guys start setting up for tonight?
Father wants us there at 6:30. So
okay,
2 hours ahead, just to kind of run through everything for the servers at least and get everything set up. So we just want it to be, I don't know, well put together. So we're going to get there plenty early and have a little downtime.
There you go. That's okay. You're listening to Spencer Dom talk about adoration under the stars here on Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. And what a perfect title for what we're talking about. You know, go out there tonight. Just go experience adoration with our Lord. You know, one of my problems is I don't like to be quiet, as you guys can tell, and so that's one of my things is I have to learn to just listen. But that is going to be a part of the beauty of it is you know, sit back, appreciate the music, let Jesus talk, and just let him have your heart. Call 785 as you listen to us, 621-4110 as we are on our Care-a-thon. We need some more people to donate, just like our anonymous donor we had a little bit ago. They donated $365. So if you want to be like them, call in and donate $1 for every day of the year. Thank you so very much to that anonymous dollar. They called into 785-621-4110. I also want to congratulate Cindy Staub, who is our trivia winner. Question was, which of these titles also refers to Our Lady of Victory? And that would be Our Lady of Lepanto. So congratulations to Cindy for winning that. We will get you put in that drawing for that $50 gift certificate to Messenger Traditional Catholic Books and Gifts here in Hayes. You can also see Messenger online at traditionalcatholicstore.com. That's traditionalcatholicstore.com. We are talking with Spencer Dom about adoration under the stars, but we're going to break into some other things too, just about faith and things like that, especially going on down at the campus center. So one, you know, how has your faith life changed, grown, you know, enhanced or anything like that since being at Fort Hayes?
Yeah, it's grown a ton, honestly. It's always funny to me. Well, not funny, but it's crazy. You look back from a year from where we are today, and it's like, wow, almost like a completely different person.
Yeah.
Just things change, like stuff. If you would have told me this is where my life would have been right now, I'd been like, no way. You're such a liar, you know?
Yeah.
But now I'm looking back, it's like, yeah, he was guiding me through that whole thing, cultivating me there. But it's definitely grown. It's become more rooted, more structured. One thing I would say is, like, for me at least, football has been a huge help in my faith life, if that makes sense. Just because it teaches you a lot of, like, how to discipline your time, how to keep going when it's tough, even though it's a completely different type of challenge in the faith life than football.
Yeah.
Football's all physical and some mental for sure, but man, there's some challenges in the faith life that you're just not even prepared for at all.
Yeah.
So it's also just that community at the campus center. Met a lot of great guys that I can really lean on, that honestly help inspire me, help me grow, that challenge me, which is something I think everyone needs, someone to challenge you to grow in virtue in both in your faith life and just your everyday life.
So talking about the community down there at the campus center, what are some things that you've been involved in? You know, what do they offer? What does it look like for somebody new, maybe that is thinking about coming to Fort Hayes? What would what advice would you give them? What kind of background would you help them to understand? You know, this is why you want to get involved.
Yeah. First thing I would say is that the best part about it is the sacraments are so readily available. Father does a great job, always willing to hear confessions. We have it just about every day, and he'll always make an exception for you if you need it. So Mass is always offered, which has been, you know how it can change a person. So the sacraments are the best thing. But other than that, my favorite event we do is like every other Sunday we have free food, free dinner.
Oh,
It's like,
nice.
oh yeah, don't have to cook for a day. But the great thing about it is like there's about 100 people that come and show out, so you get to see everyone, play some card games, but it's always faith centered, which is what's great about it, you know. Other than that, we have ABC night, candlelight mat. Well, ABC night, adoration, benediction, confession. Do that about once a month. That's a great experience. It's kind of like adoration under the stars, but in the chapel. So, it's beautiful. And then candlelight mass, which is another one. We turn off all the lights. It's just purely candlelight. So it's almost like I love that one too, because it's like we're back in the early Christian days, you know. We get to live in that a little bit, even though we're totally not, but we're in the 21st century. But it just shows kind of the depth of Christianity. Like we've been doing this for 2,000 years. This is what it could have looked like back then, and we're doing it now today. So it's kind of like just diving in with your roots, you know.
Yeah, that is really
beautiful.
cool.
Let's see. We'll also have, I think we had sand volleyball a couple weeks ago. That was a
awesome.
good time. Yeah, people love sand volleyball. Actually, this last Wednesday we had the talent show at the Fox.
Seriously?
It was so awesome, so great. We had a lot of great performances, a lot of funny ones too.
What were some of the best acts?
Ah, man, one of my Ethan Shepner. He's a big musician guy. He I hope I'm not the ukulele. I'm pretty sure it's the ukulele.
Oh, yeah?
Small guitar, something like that. And he was singing some Justin Bieber. It was great. We had this one group of girls. They turned off all the lights completely, and they were wearing all black, but they had like glow sticks all around them. So it's so cool. They just did a fun little dance. And then what else? Connor Kuhlman played the harmonica.
Oh yeah.
It was
No
awesome.
way.
Which I don't know
Connor's a great dude.
if you've ever met him, he's just kind of that awkward, funny guy, and he totally played into it. He's like, any song suggestions? Can't play that. Just quietly speaking into the mic. And so it was just a great time. Yeah, just seeing people and their talents, because I don't have any of those talents. So it's like,
Yeah, me neither.
watching those guys, and they killed it too. Like they were all into it. So
That is wonderful. Are there other things do you guys do to build that community? You know, you talked about when you have some of those nights, you the free dinner nights. Once again, free dinner. You know, you play cards and stuff. Do you guys also have game nights or anything like that that you guys do to help build community? Or?
Yeah. So we also have like men's and women's nights. So we have men's and women's groups. So we had a poker night was one of the men's nights, and then gosh, the girls made like totes bag. This is for Valentine's Day, I think. Tote bags and just cards, you know, dress up a little bit, have fun, do all that. I'm not a girl, so I don't know what they do exactly. But like, yeah, we had video game nights. We'll go to Kennedy out. We did basketball earlier then. We also had like a spike ball, volleyball night. So every Wednesday there's something going on where it's like, come to the community. This is our time where we meet and just kind of have fun, be college kids for a little bit, you know. But even deeper than that, we have a lot of Bible studies going on. So Focus does a great job. They get people running Bible studies. They teach them how to do it well. And so a lot of people really like that. Every Tuesday, Lucas and I, we do like a little apologetics night. So we'll teach kind of some catechism and then go over, here's some objections. We actually had a couple Protestants come in the other day, a couple weeks ago, and they were just kind of throwing out objections at Lucas. And man, he's super smart. If you guys know Lucas, so he was just rattling them off. He answered everyone great. So, but yeah, we have and even on a deeper level than that, they have they call it discipleship. So the Focus missionaries are out forming people, teaching them how to pray, how to grow in the spiritual life. And it's like a whole year-long process. So, yeah, I think that is about everything we do. I probably missed a couple steps, but it's always busy. So
that is absolutely wonderful to hear, you know, that it's vibrant and it's just absolutely killing it down there. I want to remind everybody that you are listening to Spencer Daum speak about Adoration Under the Stars, the Catholic Como Campus Center, and all kinds of things, Catholic Fort Hays stuff that's going on. And we want to remind you of Adoration Under the Stars tonight at 8:30 at the Thomas More Prep Marian Grotto. You won't be disappointed, obviously, anytime you go visit Jesus, you're not going to be disappointed. You're listening to Behold, I Make All Things New, our spring Care-a-thon. I do want to I do want to thank Mary Gassman, who called in and donated $300. So that becomes a $600 pledge with our matching funds. And Dee Coster, who called in and donated $250. So that makes that a $500 donation. That means between those two donations and our matching funds, that is $1,100. We just need, I think, about one more person to call in here in these last 15 minutes to help us to make our 5 $250 donations we need for this hour. Call 785-621-4110 if you can donate. 785-621-4110. We want to thank you for donating, and we also want to get right back to our interview here with Spencer Dom. He is a sophomore at Fort Hays State University. He's helping to spearhead the Adoration Under the Stars, but we are also talking about a lot of the things going on at the campus center there. So let's kind of dive a little bit back into that. Sure. You mentioned the Focus Missionaries, which they do just great stuff. Do you know how many missionaries do we have right now on the campus?
Currently, we have 5, so we're a little lucky.
Okay.
Donovan got married this last summer, I think. So his wife moved down with him. And so Donovan and Danielle, we kind of get her for free, which is great.
That's awesome.
And it's awesome. They bring their little baby. They just had a baby, little Eden. So we kind of just get to see her around the campus center all the time. So
that is wonderful.
5 is answer to your question.
I mean, so first, it's wonderful because you guys get to see, the married vocation being lived out right in front of you in a very special way. But then also, the others that are helping you through it too. They run Bible studies, correct? Right, and you're a part of one of those.
I'm not actually.
Okay, you're not yet. Okay,
not yet. No.
Okay, are you part of the discipleship program or anything?
I'm not.
No. Okay, so now we just threw you under the bus and
100%.
in front of everybody.
Right. It's okay.
Okay,
I'll take it on the cheek.
But you, you did say you're involved with Lucas on some of those catechetical nights. Yeah. And how many people do you usually have for something like that?
So we had a solid crowd of like every week, about 7 or 8 people. But the last couple of nights when we've kind of done that like open mic night objections, we've had about 20. So
good.
Yeah. It's also a tough night, Tuesdays.
Yeah.
I don't know.
People are studying.
Yeah. It's weird. We have like all these forms of communication, but no one checks them like they should, you know how it goes. We have the group me, and it's like, college students, I'm guilty of it too. I'll see a group me, I'll just swipe right by it. Oh, well, whatever. So can't blame them entirely, but this is our first year doing it. We're going to try to keep it going next year, something like that. So hopefully get it better.
Something that kind of goes along with that topic is that you guys had, 30 people come into the church just this Easter. Were you involved in that? Did you know any of those people? Are you guys starting another OCIA class soon? Can you give us any background into any of that?
Yeah. Like you said, 31. I think it was our biggest ever. I think it was 31 total that came into the church. I wasn't really involved in like the OCIA or anything. The only thing I did was served at the holy. Gosh, what's it called?
At the Easter Vigil.
Yes, there.
Okay, there you go.
But so honestly, just serving at that, it's just great. So much joy, so many people coming in, packed chapel. But yeah, Lucas and Father were the ones heading up the classes, and that's why one of the reasons he's been great is because that's what he's really knowledgeable in. Lucas is just like the teaching stuff. He comes from a teaching background, so he knows how to relate the information really well, and he'll always have an answer if you have a question. So. Yeah. He's the big one on that. So all props to him, all credit to him. And as far as starting, I think we'll start it up next year again. It's tough just because we're based on the school kind of. Yeah. So I think most of our stuff kind of runs around the school year. So I think for sure we're starting it up. We've already got a couple guys that are ready to come in.
Okay.
So starting off early, I guess.
Good. Now, what do you notice about the the focus missionaries and their discipleship. Do you know what that looks like? Do they just walk out on campus and be like, "Hey, ever heard of Jesus?" Like I've often wondered, what does their process look like in talking to people, bringing people in, discipling people? Do they come to the campus center and say, "Hey, you're already a Catholic person. Let's get you more involved"? Do you have any insight into that?
Yeah. So it's kind of tough with the university. They can only do so much because
Mhm.
the university is a little more hesitant towards, and I don't know the reason, but I think it's just they don't want them causing any fuss. It's better to avoid confrontation from their students. But they'll go out to the union, they'll table there, and usually just like have some funny question up there, like, I don't even know, is a hot dog a sandwich or something like that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of their way into talking to people, though. And then they kind of go like what they do, talking about Jesus, kind of being missionaries in that sense. But I would say their main job is their help at the campus center. So like you said, they're around it a lot. We actually have one of the missionaries living up top at the campus center. And so they're really there just helping form people and helping them grow. So it's always voluntary, the discipleship, but they'll usually reach out like, I don't know. They get to know you first and they're like,
Yeah.
it's been really nice knowing you. Would you be interested in this? It's here to help you grow in your faith and whatnot. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow, that is so awesome. We are blessed in our community to have that.
Mhm.
And it's great to see that we've got young people who are like, you know what? I'm tired of what the world is offering. I need to love the Lord better. How do I do that? So,
Yeah.
awesome. We are speaking with Spencer Daum. He is a sophomore at Fort Hays State University, and he is talking to us about all kinds of things going on there and about adoration under the stars. You're listening to Divine Mercy Radio Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. We do need that one more donor to help us get to our goal. We've got those matching funds. We've already had several wonderful donors this hour. We need one more $250 donor. And if you want to give 500 or more, go for it. Call 785-621-4110 and help us use up those matching funds. That's 785-621-4110. If you're listening, poor college kids probably don't have the ability, but if you're one of those college kids out there, you're listening and you're like, I know Spencer, maybe I ought to support him and call in, let him know that we appreciate what he's doing. 785-621-4110, even if it's just $10, whatever you can do. 785-621-4110. All right, we've got about 9 minutes left, so let's get back to speaking with Spencer. Spencer, being you're on here, I do want to know a little bit more about you even.
Yeah.
We're told here that you're studying history. One, what made you decide to go from where you were at and change directions to start going into history? But also, how do you see, the faith being integrated into how you're stuttering? That's my fault. Studying history. And what does it look like to have those things kind of combined?
Yeah. So like I said earlier, I was construction management major. And my dad's a teacher, my grandpa was a teacher. Teaching kind of just runs in my blood. So I guess that probably played some into it. But my mom, growing up with a teacher, and she kind of had to stay home. Teachers don't make a whole lot of money, unfortunately. So she was like, how about you try something other than teaching first? I was like, okay, Mom. And construction, it's hands-on, it's problem solving. That's kind of what I like. But I tried that. And then it was sometime early this semester. So I'm more of a recent convert to history education.
Okay.
But I was teaching one of my buddies about just like kind of this little apologetic stuff, because I like to look into it. I think it's fun.
Yeah.
I think it's good to always have an answer ready. So I was teaching him, and we were kind of just going through like the Eucharist and how it goes all the way back even to like Genesis and whatnot.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I could just see kind of the spark in his eyes where he's like, okay, this is making a lot of sense, And I was like, this is great. Like, I feel there's something moving in my heart that I don't fully understand, but I'm here on earth. I'm not here to make a whole lot of money. I want to do something that's actually going to fulfill me in some way or shape or form. So then I was like, yeah, Mom, sorry. I tried it. I'm probably going to be not making a whole lot of money in my life, but that's okay because I don't need a whole lot of money. But yeah, and then history, talking about that a little bit, I think history is great because it's kind of up for interpretation, I guess. So you kind of like you get to see what happened and whatnot, but you also get to analyze like, okay, what effects does this have on society back then, and what effects does it have on us now? You know. So for example, tying it into the faith, I like to kind of look through history through the Catholic Church's lens. Like I love church history and whatnot. So I'm writing a paper right now about the Catholic Church during the Cuban Revolution and all that, like what societal impacts that had. And it's just so cool because you get to dive in, you see, especially during this revolution, the church, like they started supporting it because it was a good, just humanist movement. But then it started moving towards like socialism, communism, and then the church stands up and then they get kind of persecuted, you know? They kick out like 75% of the clergy. And so it's
smokes.
Yeah. So that's what I love about it. You can kind of see how has the church been there through it all, and kind of how is the Catholic Church really not built, but like formed Western civilization in a sense. It's just, and it's so deep. You can go through so much about it. So I guess I just love the problem solving kind of philosophical areas of history. Yeah.
That is so cool because as you bring that up, you know, I've heard Father Fred talk about this a lot, and I agree totally with him that, you know, a lot of people call them the Dark Ages, but that really came from, you know, people who write those titles into things had bias.
Right.
You know, and like, oh, well, that was just the age of superstition, you know, where people had to believe in these deities because they didn't have science and stuff like that. But when you go back, you're like, actually, no, there are a lot of huge critical thinkers within the church that gave us all kinds of philosophical thought that we know today. Look at the buildings that they built. I'm still amazed.
Yeah.
And like the cathedrals and things they built. Yes, we build some beautiful things today, but I think they kind of pale in comparison
100%.
to the stuff that was built back then because they had nothing. They had no technology that we have, and their buildings are gorgeous. The ones that are still standing from back then, you go and see them and you're like, how did they even do that? So what you're doing, you know, God bless you in that, because I agree. I wish I would have known more about church history, and I'm a convert, but so I didn't much have a chance, but even history in and of itself. And like you said, how they tie together and how we see them like, okay, well, this is what the church did. And this is why this outcome came, you know, like,
right. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Like, especially, sorry, going on a little tangent.
No, go for it.
But like during the fall of the Roman Empire, like everyone's just going their own way, just into every pleasure they can get into. And it's St. Benedict starting the monks. Like the monks are the light of the world there, you know? They're these well-formed men who are just living by virtue. And they're the only ones that really know what's going on. And they save a lot of great texts. They're the only ones that can, not only ones, but they're like the best thinkers they have during this time. Like everything's falling apart, and just like Christ is the only light that's actually still going there. So it's like, man, you know?
That's so cool.
A little tangent, sorry.
No, that is fantastic. You're listening to Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. We are talking with Spencer Dom and had a great conversation. I want to thank Dale, Lois, and Brad Stramel. They called in and gave $500. That helps us to use up those matching funds. Thank you so very much for Dale, Lois, and Brad for calling in. That becomes a $1,000 donation with those matching funds. I really quickly want to get back to Spencer Dom, and you know, we've got about a minute left. Is there anything you want people to know about Adoration Under the Stars happening tonight, or stuff going on at the campus center as we get ready to leave?
Yeah, just one thing, it's always open to community members. It's not just the students. We want everyone to be there because it's not really about us or the group we have, but it's about putting people in front of the Lord, you know? Great chance for adoration if you don't go all that often. Yeah, and it's just a really cool experience. There's also a confession if you need to go, so throw that out there as well.
That's always a plus.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you haven't been in a while, go see Jesus.
Amen to that.
Fantastic. Spencer, thank you so much for being here. It's been a wonderful conversation. Please come back. Please pray for us.
Oh, yeah. Pray for me as well.
Absolutely. Have a wonderful day, young man.
Thank you.
You've been listening to Spencer Dom talk about Adoration Under the Stars, talk about the Como Catholic Campus Center, and all kinds of good things that are happening there. You're listening to Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. Please do go down to the Thomas More Prep Marian Grotto tonight if you get a chance and experience God's creation anew. You are listening to Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon on 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg and Salina, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM Hayes, 89.1 KGOH Colby, and 107.3 K297AI Hill City. Let's get ready to get to our 9 o'clock trivia question. So right before we do that, I want to thank Romp Tree Care. Thank you very much. Kane and his wife are wonderful people. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for donating. Romp Tree Care donates $250. That gets us started on this next hour of getting into those matching funds. Please call like Romp Tree Care and give $250 or more if you can. If you can't give that much, we will accept any donation because it helps us to stay on the air, helps us to continue to grow, and we are so blessed. Thank you so much for all of you who are helping us in this endeavor to make it to that goal so that we can continue to grow these stations. 785-621-4110. All right, let's get to that question of the 9 o'clock hour. Here we go. Which of these is a song about Mary? Is it A, O Salutaris Hostia? Is it B, Pange Lingua Gloriosi? And Michael, really? Is it C, the Regina Caeli? Is it D, Tantum Ergo? Which of these is a song about Mary? Is it O Salutaris Hostia? Is it B, Pange Lingua Gloriosi? Is it C, Regina Caeli? Is it D, Tantum Ergo? I am not up on my Latin. I got a couple of those right, but let's see if you can at least get the question right there. Call 785-621-4110 if you know which of these songs is about Mary. O Salutaris Hostia. B, Pange Lingua Gloriosi. C, Regina Caeli. D, Tantum Ergo. 785-621-4110. Now, let's see if we've got our next person on the line. I believe George Toman is going to be here with us on a Zoom call. Let me see if he is there. George, are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me okay?
Absolutely. Let me give you a little bit of an introduction. George has done all kinds of stuff for our listening audience, for our stations. George Toman is a graduate of Fort Hays State University. He's contributed to the One Body Show here on Divine Mercy Radio. George has also helped with a past Care-a-thon. He's a doctorate, or he has a doctorate degree in special education from the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and has a passion for sharing the Catholic faith with others. He and his wife, Carmen, now live in Gillette, Wyoming, and are members of St. Matthew's Catholic community. All right, George, it's great to have you. And I see that you're going to be talking about Pope Leo's apostolic letter, drawing new maps of hope, and how it applies to Catholic education and what we can do about it as the lay faithful.
Yes, and it's great to be back on, and to our listening audience, thank you so much for supporting Catholic Radio and supporting this work of evangelization. Every dollar and every prayer helps, and so kind of at the end of the Care-a-thon, again, just want to say thank you for doing such, being such good supporters and helping us out. So this morning, I just thought, as part of kind of our spring 2026 Care-a-thon here, our theme, Behold, Make All Things New. You know, we have Pope Leo now, who's been with us for about a year, and he is uniquely different from his predecessors, but he also has a lot of similarities. Similarities in he has a presence about him, maybe not the same as the great Saint John Paul II, but it was clear that when he stepped on the balcony and when he started to speak and then actually teach us, he has that charism about him, that confidence, but also that demeanor That is very useful to have if you're one who is elected pontiff and is head of the Roman Catholic Church. He has a heart for service that I think is similar to Pope Francis. And so when you think of what he's done already, he hasn't necessarily been a Francis 2.0, as some people have tried to say, or anything like that, but he has he's his own man, he's his own person, but he has kept that continuity and especially has kept things that will help the church move forward. And today, what I thought would be nice for our listening audience and also for me personally was to review one of his recent apostolic letters talking about Catholic education, what it really means, how it impacts our world, and also to illustrate what I would say is his spirit of the late Pope Emeritus Benedict XVI. Pope Emeritus Benedict, he was very much a university professor, a teacher. That's how he approached the papacy, was to teach the world about the faith and show that by example through his intellect, his wisdom. And Pope Leo has very similar characteristics to Pope Benedict in that way, where already when you read his homilies, or what we're going to delve into, his apostolic letter on Catholic education, and also look at some of the other things he's done, it is on a teacher's heart. It's of service to the church by educating. And I do feel that Pope Leo, one of the things that we kind of, I don't want to say hinted on, because that means we had some insight ahead of time. We didn't really know if he was going to be the next pope or not. But ever since he started, there was a sense of, hey, he's going to address head on some of the challenges we have with things like artificial intelligence, the digital world, and it feels like he's going to actually give us some answers to move forward. And in this apostolic letter, drawing new maps of hope, he actually does that. So before I start kind of getting into the summary here of what I think would be good for us to just reflect on today, if it's okay, I'd like to start us off with a prayer for this part, for this segment anyway.
Absolutely. That'd be wonderful.
Great. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Come, Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of Pope Leo, the gift of your Holy Catholic Church. We thank you for the gift of Catholic education. We thank you for the gift of our students, our teachers. We thank you for the gifts that you have given us in this realm to help educate not only those within our church walls, but more importantly, those outside of it. We thank you, especially on today, on the feast of St. Joseph the Worker. We thank you for all employment that you have granted us. We pray especially for those who seek and desire new employment or gainful employment, so that they may live their vocations in your will and live their vocations in a holy way that could then also impact the world. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for all these gifts. And as we enter your Mother's Month, Mary's month of May, we humbly pray that your Son's Sacred Heart, which is the source of all wisdom and understanding, our Blessed Mother, Queen of Peace, Queen of the new evangelization, and especially today, St. Joseph, the Worker, we entrust all of our cares to you and ask that your holy will be done. In the holy name of Jesus, we pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, George. I'm going to break in really quickly because I want to thank Alex Disberger. Alex gave $25. Thank you so much, Alex. That is absolutely wonderful. We really, really appreciate it. And Alex is also our trivia winner. The question was, which of these is a song about Mary? And the correct one there is the Regina Caeli. So very good on getting that. And also thank you so much, Alex, for that donation. We also had an anonymous donor of $50. So thank you so very much. We've got that $50 donation becomes 100. We've got that $25 donation becomes 50. We've got those matching funds. Please help us to continue using them up like Romp Tree Care did, Alex, and our anonymous donor. As we were talking and we were saying, if we could get 5 $250 donors every hour, we would use up our matching funds. But also, people like Alex and this anonymous donor, if we got a whole bunch of those also, that also brings us to our total. So it's wonderful to get those 25s and those 50s also. Whatever you can give, please do really prayerfully consider it. I've said it before, but often we hear things like and we're listening and we think, you know what, yeah, that's nice. Somebody should do that. Or maybe even we're like, yeah, I'll pray about that. But then we say that, and do we really pray about it? I'm asking you to really pray about it. Really ask the Lord, hey, I'm listening to this. This is good programming. This is Divine Mercy Radio being able to put the truth out there, and especially in a society that so much needs it. Lord, what are you asking me to do? And if he puts it on your heart that he wants you to give, well, then listen to him. 785-621-4110. We need you to call in and help us to continue this ministry. 785-621-4110. Let's continue to get those rolling in, and let's get right back to George Toman drawing lessons from the apostolic letter that Pope Leo wrote about drawing new maps of hope.
Yes, very good. So the apostolic letter itself, can easily find it online. Again, the title, Drawing New Maps of Hope. Pope Leo wrote this on the 60th anniversary, when the Vatican II document, Gravissimum Educationis, there we go, was written, which at that time was the document that really set forth what Catholic education meant to the church, and helped kind of not redefine it, but really helped guide our thinking in terms of what should Catholic education be. And from that time, after Vatican II, there have been a few other documents that have been written, a few by Pope John Paul II, St. John Paul II. Pope Benedict XVI has wrote a few things that all brought us back to kind of as reminders of what Catholic education should be, and most importantly, how it is a way and has a primary function in the church to bring souls to Jesus. So Pope Leo, on the 60th anniversary of that writing, writes another document, Drawing New Maps of Hope, this apostolic letter, that there's nothing new in it that we wouldn't find in any other church document. It just is just simply bringing back to the forefront things that we've known for many decades now, and even longer. But one of the things that Pope Leo does, and talking about it earlier as I got on, is that he really tried to provide insight into questions that I think he's going to answer in more detail relatively soon, either through a formal papal document or just through his own teaching, his homilies, and other things. And that is, how do we form the human person today in a fragmented, digitally dominated world? And how do we still keep that core essence of serving souls through the gift of education, while having all these other things around us that are trying to get our attention, and obviously trying to, I don't want to say take over things, but there's definitely a feel sometimes where all the technology we have, when will it stop? When will someone kind of put a stop to some of the capacities, especially when, as what Pope Leo mentions, when we need to stop it in the sense of it starts hurting the human dignity and the care for all. So 3 broad things that I want to highlight today in our time together.
Okay.
First is the document. Oh, sorry.
I think that's just a really good place to stop really quickly, so that you can just dive right into them when we get back. But at first, I wanted to thank an anonymous donor who called in and gave $100. So thank you so very much. That becomes a $200 donation with those matching funds. Please join with them and help us to continue this ministry. 785-621-4110. Once again, if you're listening to me, please stop what you're doing and really do send up an honest prayer. Lord, are you asking me to be one of these people? 785-621-4110. You're listening to Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. We are talking with George Toman. He is getting us into understanding Pope Leo's apostolic letter, drawing new maps of hope. So let's get right back with George. George, I want to ask you a side question here, and maybe you're going to get into this. But does his apostolic letter address, parents and the domestic church as the first catechist at all?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And that's a good question. He mentions it. And I'll say it now because it's actually a little portion. He doesn't go into a lot of detail on it, only because it's kind of just I don't want to just say it's a known fact because people don't necessarily understand that, but he makes it clear that in Catholic education, and we'll get into more about the far reaches of what that Catholic education looks like, because sometimes we limit it to just K-12 schools and our universities. Is actually the depth and breadth of that concept. Catholic education is much larger, but he mentions very clearly Catholic education do not serve as substitutes to the parents. They work in collaboration with the parents. But there is, on the flip side of that, kind of a caveat, and that is if you have a situation where, let's say, and this is not pointing fingers at anyone, but there are some Catholic institutions that are name only and not necessarily in practice. There are sometimes situations where we know that others, I think of one that I kind of saw from the outside. It wasn't part of it, but I saw from the outside where there were people who were striving for more athletic excellence than Catholic excellence. And the pressures led to some decisions that would basically go away from what Pope Leo is and what the church has said about what Catholic education is. So 100% parents are the first teacher. The responsibility is on them. Catholic education and its entirety should serve to support the parent in living out their vocation, as what you said very beautifully, in being a domestic church. So we're a big team, if you think of it in that way, and finding ways to and that's what he says actually at the end of the letter, which get to the end of the segment, integrating all those things together so we can support one another appropriately, especially in our times today, is exactly where Pope Leo would like to see Catholic education to go. So great question. Sorry for the little extended answer there, but
no, that's
that
great.
Was really
Thank
good
you
for our answers. So anyway, and by the way, for those, I think we had at least 2 or 3 donors so far. Again, God bless you. Wonderful. Thank you for donating. For all those who are praying and discerning, thank you as well. The prayers are very, very helpful. Okay, so the 3 main ideas I kind of want to just highlight here from the letter. You can read it on your own if you want to have some more depth and breadth. There's a lot of good stuff because of time and other things. We'll just hit kind of on the points I think are good for us to reflect on this morning. Number 1, reaffirming the meaning and purpose of Catholic education. So like I said, Pope Leo does not bring anything new to the table, but what he does bring is maybe some new insights into how we can use Catholic education as a service to the entire world and how we can help others experience the love of Jesus through Catholic education. So he reaffirms that meaning and purpose of Catholic education as a reminder to us about what it really should be. The second thing that I think is worth bringing out for this morning is he talks about the formation of the human person, so educating the human person in our times today. It's a couple pages where he really explores going back to how the Catholic Church has always understood forming people through education. And it's not just academic excellence in being the best reader, best writer, those things. Those are all natural consequences of a good Catholic education, but those are not the sole things. He mentions the importance of the spiritual dynamic, physical dynamic, all those things. So we'll get into that a little bit. And at the end, kind of what I hinted to a few minutes ago, he uses the phrase educational constellations, and I'll get into that in more detail. But basically, it's this integrated mindset that, hey, we have all of these families who are, by their vocational duty, what we would call, again, part of the domestic church. Their job is to train and to show their children and to the entire world the beauty of the Catholic Church from their family. And when you think of it in that way, being the domestic church, we all know, being in families ourselves in one way, shape, or another, sometimes family life is really good. Sometimes it's really hard to look at the other person in the same house and say, I love you. But that learning how to love, to forgive, to learn virtue, despite maybe not liking someone as much as you could, knowing how to handle situations in the home, all those things, plus many more, have the basis to evangelize the world, which is why we call it the domestic church. So when we think of all the other supports we have, and this is where Pope Leo, in his defining of things, helps us remember Catholic education is, yes, our Catholic universities. Yes, it's our Catholic elementary and secondary schools. But Catholic education also extends to things like OCIA, or our preparation for those who want to be entered into the church. Catholic education also is the things we do, maybe nonprofits and others who have a specific charism and focus on teaching the faith. So, and the extension even goes beyond that as well. So any opportunity. So when we think of Catholic education, which I think is really important to hone in on, that I found very refreshing, is that Catholic education, not just those institutions, but all of the possible elements, all those groups or businesses or nonprofits or what have you, even your Bible study that you may have, can be a component of Catholic education. The gospel is being shared, lives are being impacted, and the ultimate goal, if we're following kind of the guidance of the church, is that those moments ultimately lead those people closer to the heart of Jesus. And it is there in that union of being with Jesus, that union of being with our Savior, where he can then take our lives and then do what he wants with them, which is always going to be good and in favor of God's greater plan, which usually, as a secondary effect, brings a lot of good blessings temporarily in the world. But also it helps us handle some of the tougher moments, like those times that we lose someone or sufferings and all those things where it brings tear, anger, and frustration. Catholic education can also serve to help in those moments. So helping people how to grieve, help people treat them with respect on those moments where they have to bury someone or they themselves have to be buried, and having a support system. So the teaching mechanism of the church, if you will, that Catholic education is he's really trying to hit every component of where it could go. So we'll start with number one here, a few highlights for us, reaffirming the meaning and purpose of Catholic education. Pope Leo, at the very onset, reminds us that the church's duty to evangelize also requires a duty to educate. So when you think of the new evangelization, when you think of, hey, how do we help our community, even our local church, how do we help bring people into the faith? One of the primary mechanisms to do that is through education. So when you think of the worldly sense of education, and I can say this because I have my piled higher and deeper doctorate degree in special education, and most of my life has been, at least from a employment standpoint, been in education, either in public or private spheres. It is unfortunately true that education is compartmentalized today to be basically a kind of a vocational training exercise. In other words, you get your college degree in order to do a job. You get your degree in order to make money. But when you think of what Catholic education truly is, which is what Pope Leo does to reaffirm it here in his letter, he mentions how it's important that Catholic education is not just about getting a job. And in fact, that's a secondary effect. The primary purpose of Catholic education is to form your conscience, form your intellect, form your spiritual life, form your ability to think well, so that you can take on the challenges of the world and do so in that, what we would call the Christocentric lens, Christ-centered lens. That is different from what, again, I think a lot of people would think education is. I think a lot of people view education as, hey, go to school, get a job, but faith and formation is not necessarily part of that. An authentic Catholic education experience, especially for places like our Catholic schools and our Catholic universities, should not only concern itself with helping provide the skills needed for labor, assuming that that's what some degree programs are, but more importantly, because that should be more of a side effect, more importantly, it is to help those young people encounter the face of Jesus.
Yeah, it shouldn't be just a knowledge for knowledge's sake.
Correct.
The end goal.
100%.
Yeah, the end
100%.
goal is not just I know a bunch of stuff. Great. So do a lot of other people.
No, and you sit around the head because, and knowledge without having your faith, it could become manipulative. And that's why I think, when you look at some of the social changes throughout the world, a lot of them have been due to the fact of educational ideas or philosophies being shared and being taught. And I put them in quotes well, because it's not really teaching anything well, but it's convincing enough to those people to follow it. And so one of the things that Pope Leo is trying to emphasize is when we talk about Catholic education and reaffirming what it means to teach the whole person, we take all of those things to help people see their dignity in Jesus, to learn how to have mercy on your fellow neighbor, and to learn what it means to have proper justice and other things, so that regardless of whatever profession you enter, whether it be you'll be a janitor, a teacher, a lawyer, a doctor, name any career that you get into, you have an opportunity to evangelize the gospel. But Catholic education, if you enter into that, should be a way to help serve your needs so that you know how to have not only those conversations, but you have that inner sense of belonging to Jesus himself and to his church to express in your own way the beauty of the faith that's within you. And the beauty of Catholic education, as what Pope Leo kind of hints throughout the document, is that since all of us are uniquely different people, the scriptures attest to this too, right? It's like, some of you are teachers, some of you, doctors, etc. The beauty of the faith is that all of us are called to live it in a different but unique way. And because of that, it's going to impact our community in a different and unique way that no other person can do. So all of us required together can help evangelize the world. But if we're not necessarily taught the things like, hey, you are, because of your baptism, you are a beloved father or a beloved son or daughter of the divine Father who loves you unconditionally. If you don't know that, hey, the Holy Mother Church, through her sacraments, not only bring you to the heart of Jesus, but also give you graces to be able to handle the toughness of the world. If you're not taught that, hey, learning how to suffer well, learning how to be able to handle the trials is sometimes just as good, if not better, than knowing all the things about the catechism, as just a few things I'm listing off here. If you're not introduced to that kind of teaching where everything you do in life, as long as it's pointed to Christ and done in a loving, charitable way, as Christ would hope that you do well in the world, if you do that, you evangelize. God can use that opportunity. And so Pope Leo beautifully talks about how, hey, if we're going to really accomplish this new evangelization, we must remember it is important to educate. And then he talks about, in his own way, the importance of good teachers and how their formation, and when he talks about formation, not only their training that they may get in schools or universities, but also their continued formation as a person, as an educator, how teachers should always be formed in some of the effective ways to do things, but also to remember that they are a child of God, to remember that they are part of this larger family. And so having both educators that are trained to be masters at their teaching craft, but also to help complement their own journey to be saints in the way that God has asked them to be. That formation is duly important. You got to have both, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the last part here, I'll quickly mention in terms of reaffirming the meaning and purpose. The Catholic Church has a duty, not a privilege, not even a desire. The desire is an outcome, but the Catholic Church has a duty to help educate the marginalized. And this is where and Pope Leo mentions very beautifully, he mentions a few saints talking about how they would take the kids off the street, teach them how to read, teach them how to write, and help them experience the gospel, experience the face of Jesus, but also help them kind of make life better for themselves as a secondary effect of that. And it's a good reminder for us, I think, especially for those serving in Catholic education, do we consider it a duty to help the marginalized and poor? Now, what that means for us may be, hey, do we take that time to try to find ways to provide an education for those who may not have the financial ability on their own? Have we found ways to supplement and be able to support them? Have we had conversations to be able to help those like who maybe have special needs or have other vulnerabilities? Or are we just focused solely on winning all the state championships, winning all the awards based on a few select group of kids and a portion of our church body that can't afford and support that? Pope Leo says very clearly in the document, which is just a good reminder for us, because it's not finger pointing, it's just being very frank, that if there are impediments to the poor and marginalized accessing Catholic education, it is our duty to try to remove them. And not only remove them, but give access to that educational experience to everyone on the spectrum, those who can afford it to those who cannot, those who have a pretty good life and those who are living maybe one that we would say maybe in a lot of misery. But Catholic education should be focused on supporting all of our people, especially the marginalized, poor students and those who need our help.
George, thank you so much. What you're saying is so very important, and I know that's coming from Pope Leo. But I didn't even know about this apostolic letter until you came on, and so it's one of those that I need to go read because everything that you were saying is so spot on, and so it's really important in our day and age for all kinds of things. Really quickly, I want to thank Christian Lutz, who called in. And Christian is a friend of mine. He is a member of the board of directors, and he called in and said that he called in and donated $200, which becomes that $400 donation with our matching funds. And he also says, amen to everything that George is saying about education. So agree with you, Christian. Agree with you, George. We're going to get right back to George in just a minute, but I want to get to our next trivia question. So call 785-621-4110 if you think you know this. Get the phones ringing. Which set of mysteries features Mary being assumed into heaven and being crowned? Is it A, joyful, B, glorious, C, sorrowful, D, luminous? Which set of mysteries features Mary being assumed into heaven and being crowned? A, joyful, B, glorious, C, sorrowful, D, luminous. 785-621-4110. Please also call in and make your pledge. We've had some people that got us started this hour, 25, 50, 100. Christian with 200. We need 5 people every hour to at least total 250, or we can get $250 each, or just a bunch of people that gave 25, 50, 100. That works also. But if we get at least the total of 5 people giving $250 or more, we can get to our goal of using up all of our matching funds for the day. Keep the phones ringing, 785-621-4110. Let's get back with George Toman. George, something that you were speaking on is so important. And I'm so glad you're in here talking about it because, yes, Catholic institutions need to be Catholic first. You brought it up earlier. Pope Leo talks about it. You can't be a Catholic institution of higher learning if you are worried about the sports first, if you're worried about other things other than we need people to understand know and love Jesus better. And I kind of think about even, if we look back on Notre Dame earlier this year, one of the things is there's a lot of faithful people at Notre Dame. It is a supposedly a Catholic institution, but there was a lot of kickback because they were going to put this lady into a post, a high post within the school, and she's a huge pro-abort. And so there was a lot of kickback there of people that said, no, this is a Catholic institution. We can't do that. So that's why I appreciate that you're here talking about things like that, because any Catholic institution that is out there that may be listening needs to understand that you are Catholic first. Everything else should be secondary to that. So let's get right back to George Tillman and helping us to understand this new apostolic letter.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that Notre Dame situation was very unfortunate. I also, again, having worked in higher education and before, I could see how someone like that could slip through the cracks, and with all of the bureaucracy that happens usually with educational settings. Luckily, through the prayers of Our Lady and through their local bishop and the many faithful who said, no, we this is not a service to Christ and his church, they were able to make a change through prayer, which is a good hope for us that, hey, our prayers could be helpful, and especially in those situations. You mentioned about the Catholic education piece. Yeah, I used to, when I actually taught in Catholic schools, when I was a school psychologist, school counselor, I would always mention to our high school parents, or at least those who would listen to me, that all of our academic and athletic achievements are secondary to our love to the gospel. In other words, our formation as Catholics are the reason why we're kicking what in sports, and we're doing so well academically. It's that formation of truly being Catholic, which is then also helping God expose to us his divine plan and his love for us, all of our gifts, all of the treasures that he wants us to share with the world. All of those good things we like to, those trophies we like to put in the trophy case, and all of those other accomplishments, those are outcomes. Those are secondary things. Those are byproducts of the core thing. It's when the problem happens is when we make them our identity, right? So again, going back to the phrase, our Catholic identity is what wins us the championships. The championships don't win us the Catholic identity.
Yeah.
And we sometimes forget about that. And that's why I even hinted earlier when you asked, hey, our parents considered the first educators and domestic church, and absolutely they are. But there are unfortunately times, especially in some communities, where, and I don't mean to pick on anyone when I say this, so I'm not picking on anyone out there, but I'm sure some of you can relate. There might be certain groups, maybe even, dare I say, little political, some people who want some political gain, who don't necessarily want the Catholic education, but really want to live vicariously through their child in that state championship they never got when they were younger. Yeah. Or they want to do something that's a little bit more, and that causes confusion, right? And especially for those who maybe wanted, and even I would say, because I've seen this happen too, where you'd have two kind of groups of parents. One group that would just really want, all the championships, all the athletic rewards. And then there's this other group that's like, no, we want our kids to be truly Catholic. We want them, we're paying you to help us, help our kid know their vocation, their love for Christ. That kind of stuff, without ever saying it directly, Pope Leo does mention indirectly, we need to work together, and we need to have a common ground of understanding as to what Catholic education is. And that's a beauty of this document, plus others that have come from other leaders in the church, especially our holy pontiffs, about what Catholic education really is, so that we can have those tough conversations if that's happening in our community. We can start with the ground of, hey, do we even know what Catholic education is? Well, for the listening audience, if you're in that situation, unfortunately, which I hope and pray you're not, but I know what happens if you are, then pick up Pope Leo's recent apostolic letter to give you some vocabulary to know how to approach that conversation. So we have a starting basis of what is Catholic education and what that is. Again, I'm a big fan of Catholic education. I'm a big fan of all forms of education as long as it upholds the dignity of human life and teaches authentic truth. But especially in Catholic education, where we can be successful in the classroom, on the football field, on the hard court, and also be saints all at once. I think that's a very beautiful thing that we can offer. But to get to that point sometimes is a little harder than little bit hard. But good conversation, like what Pope Leo would say, is a way to help us get there.
You're listening to George Toman on, let me take a real quick break. You're listening to George Toman on Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. I just wanted to break in to congratulate Alice Fox, who is our trivia winner of which set of mysteries features Mary being assumed into heaven and being crowned. That would be the glorious mysteries. Congratulations to Alice. Alice, thank you so much. I love you. She is such a wonderful lady, does so many amazing things for our diocese, and is an aunt through marriage. And so I proudly claim her. She is such a wonderful lady. God bless you, Alice. Thank you for listening, and thank you for calling in and get that trivia question. I also want to thank Carl Sukup, who donated to this radio station. Thank you so much for that donation. Please call like Carl. So that's not Carl, Carol. I want to thank Carol. I apologize. I read it wrong. That is Carol. So please call like Carol did and donate so that we can keep these radio waves going. I also want to thank Mike Kuhlman. Mike pledges $300, and he is also in charge of putting up our signs in the Oakley area. So if you guys have been driving around and you see any of those signs out, I apologize. Even being on the board, sometimes I forget to do that, and I'm like, oh no, the Care-a-thon's on this week. But Mike does a great job over there in the Oakley area, and all those people who put those signs out. If you're driving around and you see those and you say, hey, I would like one of those in our yard, please come and talk to us. We can make sure that we get you one for the next Care-a-thon. But thank you, Mike, so much for donating $300. Thank you, Carol Sukup, for donating. And we ask that you would join with them to help us to continue putting out this wonderful message of the gospel. Call 785-621-4110. But let's get right back to George Toman, because he's got some wonderful things to help us understand about Pope Leo's apostolic letter, Drawing New Maps of Hope. George, right back to you.
Wonderful. And again, thank you for all those donating and praying for us. It's just wonderful, wonderful witness. And again, thank you. So I got a few quotes from the letter for us right now, talking in sense of formation of the human person. And this kind of covers exactly what we were discussing here just in a little bit about what Catholic education could look like. So here's what Pope Leo writes: putting the person at the center means educating them to see with the farsightedness of Abraham, helping them discover the meaning of life, their inalienable dignity, and their responsibility towards others. Education is not only the transmission of content, but also the learning of virtues. It forms citizens capable of serving and believers capable of witnessing, men and women who are freer, no longer alone. The Catholic school, then, is an environment in which faith, culture, and life intertwine. So if you're sitting there listening and asking, so what if we were to sum up what Catholic education should be, it is what we just read from Pope Leo. Catholic education helps people discover the meaning of life. It helps them understand the dignity of the human person. It helps them understand their responsibility towards others, and to do so in a way that is humane and in the way that Christ would like us to do it. So, and also this idea where faith, culture, and life intertwine. I know in certain elements of the country, I believe it's also happening in Hayes and in other places in Kansas, the classical education movement has been catching a lot of fire in a good way, sometimes not so good, but mostly in a good way. The idea behind a classical education is centered on this very idea: faith, culture, and life intertwining. And how do we help our kids through multiple years of instruction and guidance? How do we help them encounter the world in a faith lens? How do we help them engage in culture and overall life? Now, not to put another caveat to us, but the beauty of classical education can also, if it's not properly understood, be an ineffective way. And what I mean by that is, if Catholic education, or excuse me, classical education, go back to the right word here, classical education, if it's just seen as another curriculum. So I want to kind of share this point. And this is, I'll be completely honest, this is a George Tolman thing, not so much a Pope Leo, but I do want to mention it. So throw the tomatoes at me if you disagree. Don't throw them at Pope Leo when I say this. If classical education is taught like another curriculum, it's probably going to be bound for failure. And what I mean by that is, curriculum is content. We've already established here that Catholic education is not about content exercises where we know more than the other person down the street. Catholic education is truly about forming the human person. So classical education, when it's properly done, is all designed about forming the human person, which means that it's more of a process than it is a destination. When people in education, and I can say this because I are one, as I like to say, we sometimes like to see this shiny thing on the wall and say, oh, let's just go ahead and implement that here in our school district. Let's just implement that here in our Catholic school or even in our diocese. But we lose focus on exactly why we're doing what we're doing, and the why here being forming the entire human person, which again takes time, it takes relationships, it takes a lot of effort. And instead, we just replace it of, okay, our teachers can have a 2-day professional development in August. They are a classically trained school. We might have a check-in maybe every once or twice per semester, but hey, they have the title, so we're good. No, we're not. We may not be good. To be classically trained is a formation of every person in that school: teacher, student, administrator, everyone. The content looks a little different, but at the end of the day, everyone's learning together. Everyone is on pursuit of truth together. Everyone is in pursuit to the heart of Jesus together. If we treat classical education as a curriculum, I am very unsure that it will sustain itself, because classical education at the end of the day is not a curriculum. It is a specific process, if it's done well, shaped kind of in the mind of Catholic education of forming the entire person. And I just want to throw that out there because I've seen some, I don't want to say horror stories, but they are not the best, where people will say, yeah, we're classically trained teachers, but we have no support and all these other things, and it's just kind of a mess. And I'm like, yeah, that's because we didn't know what we were walking into. We just thought it'd be that nice curriculum that we've had for the last 30 years, that mindset of, hey, just do a pre-service learning and all of a sudden all the problems are taken care of. Classical education at its core mirrors Catholic education. It's a formation of the whole person. It takes time, it takes energy, it takes a lot of heavy lifting. It's not going to be pretty at times, but the outcome is always the same. It's that journey to the heart, to the face of Jesus. It's that journey to learn together. And at the end of the day, our teachers are better formed, not only in their craft of their content, but also formed better in their faith. Our administrators are better leaders. They can make better decisions to help the overall depth and breadth of the school. And most importantly, our kids are not only supporting one another as good Catholics, but also they're going into the world and showing why it's so beautiful to be Catholic and to be Catholically trained, if you will.
You're listening to George Tillman on Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. He's helping us to better understand Pope Leo's apostolic letter, drawing new maps of hope. I once again want to thank all of our donors and ask that if you're listening to me now, to please really do stop. I've been asking here in this last hour to stop what you're doing. one, say a prayer that these radio waves would continue to produce the quality stuff that is going to be out there that help people to come into a deeper relationship with Jesus. That is first and foremost what we do. We're here to help the church to save souls. That is our mission. And so as we're on that mission, we want to be able to keep growing and reach as many of those souls as possible. Please pray for that. Then also ask the good Lord if he is asking you to partner with us in a monetary way. If you can do that, we have our pledge drive going. This is one of the 2 pledges we do a year to help us in that mission. And so please call into 785-621-4110 if you can help us. Please prayerfully consider doing so. 785-621-4110. And let's get right back to George Toman and helping us to understand Pope Leo's apostolic letter. So George, let's hop right back in with you because, we only have about 10 minutes left. And I know that I wish we had you on for several hours because there's so much we could talk about. I don't want to take any more of your time. Right back to you.
No, we are good. So, okay, enough of my little caution to classical education.
That's okay.
Beautiful, but we got to do it the right way. So I'm just going to get off of that right now. Let's talk about the last part of Pope Leo's letter, talking about these concepts of what he calls educational constellations. So I'm just going to go ahead and read directly from the letter here about what this is. Pope Leo writes, "I speak of a constellation because the world of Catholic education is a living and pluralistic network. Parish schools and colleges, universities and institutes of higher education, professional training centers, movements, digital platforms, service learning initiatives, and school, university, and cultural pastoral programs. Each star has its own brightness, but together they chart a course. The multiplicity of charisms, if well coordinated, compose a coherent and fruitful picture. In an interconnected world, the game is played on 2 boards, local and global." So educational constellations to Pope Leo is kind of what we hinted at earlier. All of those different ways in education, schools, colleges, universities, training centers, what have you, all of those things, that whole lot of Catholic education, if you will, all of them have their own purpose and reason. So I talked about our universities and our elementary, secondary schools. Catholic education, again, is also OCIA. So finding ways to make that opportunity the best, not only in pedagogy, but in content and also in witness, all of those things are very important. Catholic education obviously extends to CCD, to things like, I know it's called differently, but the old CYO. Even when we come together, I would argue for some of our Bible studies and other things, having this conscious idea in the back of our mind about what Catholic education is will help form those opportunities to be even stronger. And that's what Pope Leo is trying to emphasize. This educational constellation, when you look up into the sky on a clear night, you see all of these beautiful stars. And if you know what you're looking for, you look at certain directions and you'll see, hey, there's Orion's belt. There's the Big Dipper. I know that if I find the little dipper here, I might be able to find some other constellation. That awe and wonder we get when we look into a beautiful night sky, that same awe in a different way should be seen in Catholic education. What our kids experience in Catholic schools, or if they experience a CCD, it may look a little different content-wise, but that whole idea of that wonder and awe of God, our Almighty Father, His providence for all creation, the purpose that we have in our own vocational stories, the dignity that all people have because we are created in the image and likeness of God, the beautiful ways that we should support one another because we are vocationally living together as sons and daughters of the Father. All of those things can come from Catholic education. Pope Leo really wants us to remember that. And then, very wisely, he mentions navigating new spaces. So right after he talks about this beautiful interconnected network, of all these different opportunities for the gospel to be shared, for the church to continue her work of evangelization through the gift of education, he talks about technology. Here's what he says. I quote, "Technologies must serve, not replace the person. They must enrich the learning process, not impoverish relationships and communities. A university and a Catholic school without vision risks soulless efficiency, the standardization of knowledge, which then becomes spiritual impoverishment." And then lastly, at least what we'll talk about here, he says this: "Our attitude towards technology can never be hostile, because technological progress is part of God's plan for creation. But it requires discernment in didactic planning, evaluation, platforms, data protection, and equitable access. In any case," Pope Leo says, "no algorithm can substitute what makes education human: poetry, irony, love, art, imagination, the joy of discovery, and even learning from mistakes as an opportunity for growth." I love these lines to kind of conclude our time together, because as we talk about what Catholic education could be, what it should be, we'll put it in those words. Pope Leo addresses right on the forefront, hey, we can't say no to technology, but when it becomes a distraction to the purpose of Catholic education, we must find ways to properly use it, or in some cases, I use the word restrict it, so that we can get to our accomplishment. And then we need to find ways to use it for the better, so that we can serve humanity, serve one another, and learn in the way we need to. So the reason why I bring that up is, again, we all know the power of technology. We're all being influenced in some way, shape, or form by the very exponential speed of artificial intelligence and what's happening. And Pope Leo, and I suspect sooner rather than later, he's going to come out with a more thorough document on how to handle artificial intelligence, or a set of teachings to really discuss that. But never should things like artificial intelligence replace our ability to think, replace our quest for beauty, replace us in the dignity of being a human. Artificial intelligence, amongst any other technological advancement we have, should always be of service to truth. It should always be of service to the gospel. It should always be of service to bringing Christ to other people. So if artificial intelligence can be used, and we do have a couple of examples where we have people who have built these large language model platforms where they have a bunch of like Catholic Church documents you can put in questions, and it would give you pretty good responses in terms of helping you kind of learn the faith, especially if you want kind of a free resource. There's other ones that delve into some of that stuff too. Those are good examples of how we can use this, but the bad examples, so really quick, I think there's a big push now where, you know, there's no cell phone policies in schools, right? I know Kansas, that's actually a whole statewide thing, if I remember correctly. That whole idea behind kind of now limiting technology, when at first we were like, oh yeah, it's okay to have your phone out and, you know, learn stuff because that's where the future's going. People are realizing, oh, that's not as good of an idea as we once thought. So they're backtracking to now have better human to human time. And in terms of the fruitfulness of education, we'll conclude on this note. Pope Leo really does bring home that, again, technology must be of service to that teacher-student educational relationship, whatever that looks like. So the moment that technology replaces that, probably not a good thing. But if technology can serve that relationship, and on top of that, serve the whole primary function of Catholic education, which is bringing people to the heart and the face of Jesus, it's used in that way. That's exactly how God has called us to do it. So one perspective would be, let's just totally get rid of technology. That's not what the church teaches at all. But at the same time, to let technology completely usurp our own personal responsibility and basically replace us, that's also something the church does not teach either. It's finding that middle ground where technology can be of service to the teacher, to the student, and most importantly, be used for the sanctification of all. So that's Pope Leo's apostolic letter in a nutshell, with a few little caveats from me. There's a lot more in the document, talking about other things like how the beauty of integrating creation and other things, and just a lot of good things coming there. So if you want to read it, feel free. But again, thanks for having me on. Thank you, the listening audience. We've had multiple people who have prayed and willingly donated some funds for our Care-a-thon and for the mission of Divine Mercy Radio. And again, it's just great to be on again. And God bless you all. And hopefully we'll see you next time.
Thank you, George. We really appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you so much. God bless you all. Bye-bye.
Bye. You've been listening to George Tillman here on Divine Mercy Radio on our Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. I'm going to let Michael come in for just a minute, and we'll be right back to our regular programming.
Good morning, Divine Mercy Radio. Though it will not be morning for much longer, we are getting quickly approaching the afternoon session. But before that, we do have one more hour for this morning. So you are listening to 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg, Salina, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM Hayes, 89.1 KGOH Colby, and 107.3 K297AI Hill City. Now, those top of the hours is to help us so you know what stations and where we're at. And it's really cool, actually, to see the growth of the station. When I was just a wee lad in Hayes, the station started up. I wasn't that young, but I was young enough. I was probably about 10 or so when it started. But when I was a young boy, all it was 88.1 in Hayes. And if you're in the Hayes area and you grew up listening to 88.1, you know that it does not reach very far. It's something, there's two kinds of different stations of radio stations. They're two different types. And one of them is a low power and one of them is a high power. And the 88.1 station is one of those that is a low power station. And so it reached a good distance, but not very far. And so throughout these years of your generosity and more people learning about Catholic radio, realizing that we have it here, we have been able to expand not only so that we reach from Hayes out to Waukegan, out to Russell, but now that we have stations in Salina that go to McPherson, Ellsworth, and we have stations in Great Bend that reach to Hoisington and Ellenwood, our station out in Colby. And this is a crazy thing. The maps that we have on our, if you come into the station, you can see where we reach, basically. This is circle. It's a map of Kansas, and they have these circles of what our predicted range is going to be. But those are very conservative estimates, and they're actually downplayed a lot. And so our listening areas are a lot bigger than you might realize. So if you come in and you look at it, or if you're ever driving, I used to test KGOH when I drive out to Denver a lot. And KGOH picks up from just a little bit before Waukegan, a little bit after Waukegan, and actually goes out almost all the way to Burlington, Colorado. So huge listening area, and that's all due to your generosity and support. But we're going to turn it back over to Cody and our next guest for this hour.
Oh, thank you, Michael, so much for that. Once again, thank you to Michael and to Nathan. They do all the behind the scenes stuff. I have the easy job. They take care of all the other stuff. In fact, there's a lot of times I'm just like, Michael, what do I do? And he probably has to shake his head like, how old are you guys? Just get it figured out. So thank you, Michael, for putting up with me. I'm also very excited to welcome in our next guest. We've got Father Adam Urban in here. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me and welcoming me back to Divine Mercy Radio.
Absolutely. Now, one of the reasons why I'm so excited to have you here today, Father, is because we're from the same parish family. So that is such a blessing. You know, having a parish identity is so important because it is your spiritual family. And so to have that stick togetherness, you know,
Yes.
And I know that you've obviously been assigned somewhere else, but being from that family is like, it's just really awesome. It's like, oh, look, it's one of my parish brothers, you know, and it is one of those things that I would hope that people really capture in their lives is, you know, this isn't just a place that I go on Sunday, but this really is my family. And so, you know, bless you for being in here. Thank you so much. It's exciting to have you here.
Thank you, Cody.
I'm going to give everybody a really quick trivia question, and then we'll get to Father Urban here in just a minute. Here's your trivia question. Call 785-621-4110. That's 785-621-4110. In what liturgical season would you find Good Friday? Is it A, Lent, B, Easter, C, Holy Week, or D, the Triduum? I think we may have had that question already this week. In what liturgical season would you find Good Friday? A, Lent, B, Easter, C, Holy Week, D, the Triduum. 785-621-4110. That's the same number you call to help us get to our goal of $125,000. We still have those matching funds. So if you call in, we will double your gift right away. 785-621-4110. All right, without further ado, we have Father Adam Urban in here. He's going to be speaking about growing the flock. So Father Urban is a newly ordained priest for the Diocese of Salina and currently is serving in Salina at St. Mary, Queen of the Universe. He's the associate pastor. Let's see if I can talk. He's the associate pastor at St. Mary's as well as the chaplain of Salina Catholic Schools. He was born and raised in Hays, Kansas, where he graduated from St. Thomas More Prep, Marian High School, and Fort Hays State University. Before entering the seminary, he worked in youth ministry and religious education for the Diocese of Dodge City. He attended St. John Vianney Seminary and was ordained May 31st, 2025. So, how have things been so far, sir?
Oh, it's been great. Yeah, it's being a priest is awesome. I've loved every minute of it, and it feels like it's never going to come when you're in seminary, but it's been great. I love my assignment. The people of Salina are fantastic. The parish that I'm currently serving, St. Mary, Queen of the Universe, Father Kevin Weber is the pastor, and I think we make a great team. And so it's been just fantastic to kind of dive in. And there's a lot to learn, both pastorally and personally, but I have really loved it. I felt well prepared, even with all the learning that I'm still doing. But it's been a great joy for me to be a priest and walk along people and preach the gospel.
Fantastic. Let's break into some of those things then. In your first year of priesthood, what are some of the unexpected blessings and hardships that you've encountered through this first year?
Well, there's so many blessings. Every day is a new day as a priest. You don't really have any 2 days the same, which I think many priests love. Really walking with so many unique individuals, it is amazing to hear their story, both in the great highs of their life, baptisms, newborns, weddings, getting a job, getting a new house, all of those things that people love to celebrate. And then, of course, on the other side, sadder realities of the sorrows, deaths, illnesses, especially, and then walking in those areas as well. So those are some of my great joys. Of course, doing the sacraments, celebrating the Mass, celebrating confessions, baptisms, weddings, all of those things are great joys. I think most guys know that is going to be one of their favorite things going in. It's the other littler things, the quieter moments of a life as a priest that I think I've really enjoyed. And maybe was a little unexpected of you get to know this family and you go to their house. And those moments really are ways of teaching as well as, preaching. And so those are some of my great blessings of just walking with people, getting to know them, and then getting established in the community, both, as you said, like the parish community, not just on Sundays. Hopefully your parish community is alive and active through the week. But then this community of Salina, I'm from Hays, living in Salina. This is the first time I've really spent a lot of time there. And I've really enjoyed it. And the people make the place. And so that's been a great blessing. As far as challenges, the challenges I think are been very minimal for me. I think being an associate pastor is kind of like being the fun uncle. You get all the fun, but you don't have to make the decisions. I leave those things to Father Kevin. But the challenges I think are just learning how to be a good priest. It's the analogy I use is when you have kids, for those of you who are parents or grandparents, there's a learning curve,
Oh, absolutely.
and there's a learning curve to being a priest too, and God willing to be a good priest and a holy priest. And I'm still growing into it. Myself and Father Jesse and Father Cade, we were all ordained together. What are we now? Coming up on a year, but we're still very new. And so I think the challenge is just like learning the landscape of the parish, learning the landscape of the people and the schools, and learning the dynamics. Because until you really know that, even learning names, until you know that, it's hard to minister. Like the more I know about the place, the better I can serve. And so those are some of the challenge, but those are just normal challenges. It's been the blessings outweigh the challenges tenfold. And I've enjoyed every moment.
Fantastic. Speaking of learning and starting to know people in the community and stuff like that, have you met Alice Fox?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. Just I wanted to throw that out there. She's a loyal supporter, listener, and my wife's aunt. And so just a great lady, does great things over there, and just wanted to, let everybody know that I appreciate her. And then all of the women who take care of, anytime there's a big event over there, they take care of the meal. They home make the desserts and stuff like that.
Yes.
And so, is there anything you want to speak to about that community over there?
Yeah, it's funny you bring that up. Just last week, or was it early this week? It was on Monday of this week. I went and spoke to that women's group at the cathedral.
Oh, great.
So Alice was there. Her cinnamon rolls were there. So it was very good. Most of my work is at St. Mary's, but it's been fun being in a town where there are other parishes, St. Elizabeth and Seton, and then, of course, Sacred Heart Cathedral. So you kind of get to know, just like Hayes, there's a wider Catholic community. And so it's fun to get to know, people like Alice and other parishioners who aren't necessarily coming through our parish week in after week out, but you still get to know them because the Catholic community is close-knit in Salina.
Awesome. That's so good to hear. I want to take a really quick break to read that question again. I think, like I said, I think we had this question earlier, but maybe not earlier this week. Can't remember. Brain's a little foggy, but let's get it back out there because we don't have a winner yet that I see. Call 785-621-4110. If we already do have a winner, I apologize. Call 785-621-4110 if you think you know this question. In what liturgical season would you find Good Friday? Is it A, Lent, B, Easter, C, Holy Week, or D, the Triduum? In what liturgical season would you find Good Friday? A, Lent, B, Easter, C, Holy Week, D, Triduum. 785-621-4110. That's the same number that you would call if you would like to donate. Once again, I would like to ask that you please, if you are listening to me, stop what you're doing, prayerfully consider joining with us. Our whole mission in these radio waves are just to be able to evangelize, proclaim the gospel, help other people know their faith better, and love Jesus more. And that's what we should all be about while we're on this earth. So help us to continue doing that by donating. If we get 5 donors of at least $250 or more throughout every hour today, we will use up all of our matching funds. So let's continue to call in. Let's continue to get those pledges. 785-621-4110. If you can't give $250 or more, if you can give 100 or 50 or 20, whatever you can, we appreciate those also. But let's get back to our discussion with Father Adam Urban, a newly ordained priest within the last year. He's in Salina. We've been talking about some of the blessings and hardships, but also we want to start talking about, being in Salina, being in charge of, it looks like you're in charge of the Catholic schools there, Salina Sacred Heart. And so do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. So I guess I have 2 roles. One is the associate pastor, and then the other is the chaplain of Salina Catholic schools. On our campus, for those of you who have been at St. Mary's campus, all of the schools in Salina are on one campus. So we have the grade school in one building, St. Mary's grade school, and then the middle school and high school is in another building, and that's Sacred Heart High School. And so as a chaplain, I'm not a full-time teacher, so I don't have a class, every day. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do something like this. But you do as much as you can to bring the gospel, bring Jesus Christ into the schools, and then be a representative as a spiritual father. So you go to the games, you go to the concerts, you go to the plays, you eat lunch with the kids. You're just a presence as a chaplain. And then I also do a lot of guest teaching. So I try to get into the religion classrooms. We just celebrated First Communion for our second graders. So, we had a banquet this week. So you do as much as you can as a chaplain, but that would be my other role, aside from being the associate pastor, is just helping Salina Catholic schools, particularly the grade school and the high school and middle school, really flourish and thrive. And I think it's a great blessing to have a priest kind of as a rover, if you will, someone who can kind of pop in and out and just be present. So, we're fast approaching the end of the school year. It's hard to believe, graduation is coming up. But that's been a great joy, August through May to be the chaplain. And it brings a lot of life to a campus when there's a Catholic school. So,
Yeah, I think we are so blessed to have the priest. And here in Hayes, we also have some religious sisters, which is absolutely wonderful. Can you walk us through a little bit, like what does it look like a day in the life of a chaplain? Do you go in, pop into your office and sit there and wait for somebody to come in? Do you wander around, go to classes? That would help us to understand this is what you do.
it's a great question. I would say it's hard to answer because every day is different. And at least at St. Mary's, I know Father Brian is a little different here in Hayes, Father Brian McCaffrey. I would say that the parish life dictates my schedule a little more than the school life. So, for instance, if we have like a funeral in the morning, then I'm not around. But like when I'm there, like heavy day would be like a Friday, which is funny because today is Friday. We do adoration from bell to bell on Friday. So like Fridays, I like to be over there, expose the Blessed Sacrament, repose it at the end of the day. But then if I can, like offer confessions, just be around the students. But it's hard to say like what does a normal day look like in the school, because there's so many different activities. But like on Tuesday, we had, for instance, we had Silver Night Day. So we have houses at Sacred Heart. Each student is in a house, and then those houses meet and compete throughout the year. So it's really fun for like school spirit. So that afternoon, I was hanging out and playing the games for Silver Night Day. So as a chaplain, I feel like you are kind of a rover. You're there as much as you can be. But as far as like day to day, I'm not normally just like sitting in an office at the school waiting around for, a student to pop by. You're there like for focused things, and then the parish calls.
There you go. And then, sorry, I'm out. So do you guys offer regular confession for the students and things like that also?
On Fridays?
Okay.
Yeah, that Friday would be like, that would be our day for confessions.
Okay.
If we can get there, we're there.
What a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay. So now maybe jumping back over, actually, let me jump in really quickly. I want to congratulate Rosalie Rychek, who is our trivia winner. Question was, what liturgical season would you find Good Friday? The answer is the Triduum. So good job on that, Rosalie. We will put you in that drawing to Messenger Traditional Catholic Books and Gifts. We'll have a $50 gift certificate that we will draw at the 4 o'clock hour. And if you have never been in there, or even if you have, please go down to Messenger Traditional Catholic Books and Gifts on 10th Street off of Main. It's a beautiful little store. It's so homey. You walk in and you simply just feel invited. Plus, Jerome will greet you if he's there. His wife, Angela, sometimes Jerome's mom is there to help out. And so it is absolutely wonderful. They even have a little nook where you can go and drink some coffee, visit with Jerome, or visit with other people that are there. Please support them. They are loyal supporters of us. Call 785-621-4110 as we are on our spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. We did have that trivia winner. We'll get another trivia question in about 15 minutes, but we are asking that you would partner with us and help us to continue this radio mission. 785-621-4110. We're talking with Father Adam Urban, and he is in here today. We're discussing his first year in priestly ministry and just all kinds of things surrounded about that. So, Father, maybe we can jump back to more of parish life and start talking about the Easter Vigil, since we just made it through. I mean, time is flying crazy. I say we just made it, but already we're 4 weeks after, and like, oh my goodness, what's going on? But do you want to talk to us a little bit about people joining the church, numbers, what it looks like, things like that?
We had a tremendous Easter vigil at St. Mary's. I mean, there was a great excitement. I think many of our listeners are probably aware that there was great excitement around the whole church in the U.S. and even in the world of people entering the church. It was a great year. But at St. Mary's in Salina, we had 23, which is an amazing number, 14 baptisms and 9 full initiations with confirmation. Yeah. And it was a great group. It was a unique group, many different backgrounds and prior faith experiences, but they really came together, and the Easter Vigil was awesome. I love that Mass regardless, regardless of how many people enter the church. So if you've never been to that Mass, that's my encouragement to you is go next year if you can. But it was awesome at St. Mary's. It was a busy Holy Week. Of course, we were trying to prepare. And I think this was a little bit of an unusual number, even for us. So that kind of made it a great challenge. But it was a quick week. But that was our experience in Salina.
Okay, now maybe we can talk about those conversions for a little bit and just get your opinion. I know why I think a lot of this is happening. I've listened to other people, but as you see this going on, and it looks like the faith is spreading a lot. What do you think the catalyst for that is?
It's a great question. There are many, I think, variables that are contributing to people returning to the Catholic faith. Of course, the first thing, I think, if we don't say this, is the Holy Spirit. It is a work of the Lord, of the Trinity. It's not our own machinations or our own devices. I mean, we're assisting in the work of the Holy Spirit, but I think that's number one. And then number two is the Catholic Church is a place that I think people are rediscovering as the rock, which of course, that's what the Lord said is upon this rock, I will build the church. And more in turmoil, more and more being shaken by the wind and the waves. Of course, these are analogies. You want a place where you can feel stable. And the Catholic Church is that place. And so I think that's a huge reason why people are coming home. Of course, things like this, Catholic evangelization through the internet, through multimedia is huge. Even in the past, if you were thinking about becoming Catholic, you had to either go to the parish, talk to the priest, or talk to someone you knew. Now you can go to YouTube, you can listen to the radio, you can find podcasts. There's so much free things out there. And many of the people that we had in our group, it was interesting, they had already done some research before they came to us, which is not necessarily a bad thing. They had been thinking about it, not all of them, but some of them. And so I think these are just a few things of why I think the church is growing. But the rise of multimedia technology, it's a place where you can find stability. The church does not seem to be moved about like other things. And then, of course, I think people are looking for deep answers to big questions. And they're wondering, what is the purpose of their life? Why does their life matter? Is there a God? All of those things. And of course, that's our specialty. And so But there are probably other things that I'm missing, but those are maybe the biggies that I see.
Yeah, I think you're spot on for a lot of that because, you know, obviously there's a lot of ills, a lot of evils in technology. But like you mentioned, some of the good that's coming out of it is it's never been easier to find answers to what the Catholic Church actually teaches. Obviously, you want to do your homework, make sure it's a legitimate place. But, you know, I'm thinking of, I love Catholic Answers.
Yes.
I used to use Catholic Answers a lot in my classes. If I didn't know something, well, let's go to them and see if they've got someone to, you know, and they have such quality people. I'm thinking of Joe Heschmeyer, Trent Horn.
Mhm.
You listen to either of those guys, they're very intelligent. They're very good at being able to look at both sides and say, well, this is what they get wrong. This is what they get right. And we would agree with, you know, and it's just, there's a lot out there that people are able to go, okay, wait a minute. These things have been being said about the Catholic Church. That's not actually what they teach at all.
Mhm.
You know, and so I would agree that, you know, there's one of those things where we can go, okay, technology can be a good, useful tool.
Yes.
You know, even like this, we're live on Facebook, Rumble, and YouTube. So in
Yes.
case you didn't know, you can find us there. And so, yeah, things like that, I think, are helping people to see, okay, Catholic Church is different than what I thought it was.
Mhm.
Okay, let's jump right back in then, and to see, you know, as we're talking about conversions and stuff like that, OCIA, which simply stands for the Order of Christian Initiation for Adults, same thing as RCIA, just a letter change to make it more, to make it state more what it is.
Mhm.
OCIA, how does somebody join that? What does it look like? Can you give us some insight into that?
Very good question. I guess I'm going to talk just about our parish at St. Mary's. There are parishes who do it different, but for us, what you do is, and I encourage listeners, if you're thinking like, I would love to at least check it out. Like, this is how you do it. You make us work. You call St. Mary, Queen of the Universe Parish, and you talk to our great secretary, Caitlin, or you talk to Father Kevin or myself or Nancy Scherfus. Nancy is the director of our religious education and OCIA program. You can email us, you can call us, and you say, hey, I'm thinking about wanting to join the church. Okay, that would be step one. And then I promise we will get back to you and we'll meet with you and we'll hear your story. Like, that's what we want to do. We want to find out, like, where are you coming from? How did you find us? And then we will get the ball rolling. And so our program starts in the fall. We usually start OCIA around, this year, I think it was around the 1st of September. And we then start the process. And, you know, it's important. I think many programs are saying this is like, you could come and discover what it means to enter the Catholic Church without being fully ready to join. Like, that's okay. Like, we really want to promote that. If you sign up for one of these OCIA classes, at least in Salina, but I think this is pretty standard, is that it's a journey and you are discerning, you are learning. It's not like I'm going to become Catholic if I come day one. You know, there's no like signing the dotted line. And so then you start coming, and we do class every week from, you know, around the 1st of September until whenever the Easter Vigil is. You know, the Easter Vigil, Easter is a movable feast in the Roman Rite. And so and you come and learn, and our classes are on Sunday mornings, and they're taught by either myself or Father Kevin or Nancy. And so we cover content, we cover Catholic life, and we just answer questions. And so that's how our process works. I'm very pleased with how our process works. So again, I encourage, but if you're a listener and you're thinking, you know, I would be interested in being Catholic, or I know someone, that's what they need to do, is they need to contact their local parish, and they'll get the ball rolling. And I think our program is fairly standard to everyone else, but we start early fall and then go through the school year. Mhm.
Okay. So another important thing there would be, and I know this can be a little bit unnerving, would be to go to mass. and start really seeing, okay, well, what is a Catholic Mass about? How do we ease some of that tension? Because like you said, as a convert here, I can speak to a lot of that. It can be a little unnerving when you first start because, as you were talking, it's not, you don't come in and fill out your information and then boom, well, you said you're joining,
Right.
yeah. And that was my experience too. I was a little bit nervous because I was like, well, I'm not signing up today, and Father Fred even looked at me like, dude, it's okay. This is just your information.
Yes.
Like, okay. So how do we get over some of that anxiety, some of that trepidation, and be able to go, okay, I just want to learn more.
Mhm.
And even when it comes to the Mass, I just want to see how they worship.
That is a great point. And I've told some of the people in this past class is that the Catholic world is big and you're not going to be able to just eat the whole cow in one sitting. You're like like that's just not going to happen. You're going to have to take small bites and that's okay. You know, even Pope Leo himself is still learning, and so uh, I would say like do what you possibly can, go to mass, listen to, the technology, the multimedia that's coming out about the Catholic faith, write down your questions as best you have them. And then you kind of have to absorb and you'll learn as you go. Yeah. The people that we baptized and brought into the church, those 23 in Salina, and I know everywhere else, they're not done cooking. They're just now, they're just
Yeah.
getting started. And so I think that's a good way to calm the fear is that this is a lifetime project, but you kind of just jump in and you learn as you go. And the
Yeah.
Mass, there's a lot going on in the Mass. Lifelong Catholics are still learning. And so, like, the good news is the grace of God is not totally conditioned by our knowledge. If it was that way, we would never get any grace. But like the Lord is generous. And so my encouragement for someone who's thinking about joining the church, whether it's in Salina or elsewhere, is this begin and we'll help you along. Like that's our job is that we walk with you. Mhm.
Fantastic. Thank you. Such wonderful advice. Really quickly, I want to get to our second trivia question. So if you would get those phones ready, 785-621-4110. That's 785-621-4110 as you listen to Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. We love doing these questions because one, it helps you to get that number just burned into your brain so that you could call and donate also. But we also want to mention that it is through the wonderful, generous donation of our Catholic bookstore down on 10th and Main Street. And, Messenger is such a blessing. So we want to put that out there. That's why we love doing these trivia questions, is because they're the ones who give us those gift cards. That is a drawing for a $50 gift certificate that you get put in to go spend at their store. So here we go. Which of these programs is meant to help teach people who want to become Catholic? If you've been listening, you should get this. Is it A, Bible study, B, CCD, C, faith improvement, or D, OCIA? Which of these programs is meant to help teach people who want to become Catholic? A, Bible study, B, CCD, C, faith improvement, or D, OCIA? 785-621-4110. We also need to get those phones ringing. If we could get 5 people who donate $250, we could reach our hourly goal to use up those matching funds. If you can't give that much, that's okay. Whatever you can give, it helps us to go toward our final goal of $125,000. And we get to use those matching funds on whoever gives. If you give 5, we'll double it to 10, 10 to 20, 50 to 100. You get how it goes. 785-621-4110. Please continue to support us and please prayerfully consider giving us a donation. 785-621-4110. Let's get back to talking with Father Adam Urban about growing the flock. So, Father, we were talking about OCIA. talking about, just easing some of that tension.
Mhm.
Are there other things that you would say, as you're going to our OCIA, maybe these things would be good to look at, to study, to help you in that endeavor of learning about the faith?
There are so many resources now about Catholicism. I think a good question I would ask someone is, what is their faith background prior? Because my resources would kind of be dictated towards how religious or what religious tradition you're in. If you're coming from like a Protestant background, even mainline Protestantism or even non-denominational, there are tremendous books. So like one that I know several people in our group read this year is Rome Sweet Home by Scott Hahn.
Yeah.
And so that's a great book about, coming to the Catholic faith after, being heavily in Protestantism. If someone says, I'm interested in being Catholic, but I have no religious background, then I wouldn't probably give them a resource, where it's referencing Protestantism. We use in our OCIA program as a supplement, and I think it works very well, is formed.org's Symbolon series. And the Symbolon series is currently broken into kind of maybe two sections, if you will. The first is understanding God and understanding the church. And then the second is the sacraments and the moral life. And so that is a really good, I think, breakdown for someone who is looking at joining the church, very little faith experience or faith background. And that's why I like that we supplement with that, because it's really looking at the creed, the tenets of the Catholic faith as like, what does it really mean when we say, I believe in one God? What does it mean that we say that there's a Trinity? What do we mean by we say that Jesus Christ was true God and true man? And so all of those things. So it's hard to say. And of course, there's so many podcasts. So like Word on Fire is a great place. The Thomistic Institute is a great place to look. It just kind of depends on how much background you have. Father Mike Schmitz has a wonderful Bible in a Year through a Catholic perspective. That's a great resource. Catechism in a Year. So I would say I would have to talk to the person on what is their background, but that would be where I start.
Well, that's a great place to start. So that, I totally agree with you. So you're not giving them something that they're like, yeah, I mean, that's good information, but not really where I'm at.
One thing I think you have to do to have a good OCIA program, and I'm pleased that we do this, is you need to bring in the candidates before the year starts and kind of you need to hear their story, and then you need to look at the group as a whole and say, okay, where is this group trending? If we had a group full of people that were, Calvinist, and they were high in the Calvinist, church, and they were ministers, okay, that we would treat that group very differently than a group of non-denominational Protestants or those who had no faith background.
Yeah.
And so with OCIA, you want to kind of, I mean, I know I'm a young priest and I only have one class, but I think that you want to tailor it to kind of the group and their background.
Yeah.
And I think many churches and parishes, at least in our diocese, are doing that. And so I know at the Newman Centers, you're tailoring OCIA to a group of college students.
Yep.
And so those would be a factor, but there's so many resources. And this is also the wisdom of the church saying you need a sponsor, because your sponsor hopefully is living the faith and they can be a guide,
Yeah.
So
Absolutely, which is a really great point, because those sponsors, they've got to be that witness. And if you are a sponsor, then the nice thing about that is, one, you get to learn along with them, but it also helps you to know, okay, well, I need to be owning my own faith, so that this person I'm walking with can get what they need and get the sustenance that they need. Okay, let's then jump into do you help teach going kind of back to the schools a little bit? You know, you help with OCIA. Do you teach any classes at the school also? Because you mentioned that you can't be there every day, but when you are, is there something that you teach?
Yes, so I try to teach in every religion class several times a semester. I'm not a formal teacher, so I don't have a block of students like every day where I am their sole teacher. Uh, that's great. I think Father Fred Gatchett is the only priest we have in the diocese who is doing that like in a formal way.
Uh-huh.
Father Brian McCaffrey and myself, we just pop in. At Sacred Heart currently at the high school level, the classes are broke basically by we have a structure. So freshmen are learning just, I would say, intro to Catholicism. Sophomores are learning scripture. Juniors are learning the moral life. And then our seniors at Sacred Heart do kind of a one semester study. So they do one semester on theology of the body and then another semester on Catholic apologetics and going out and living the faith as soon to be graduate. And so when I teach, I typically go into those classes and I'm teaching in the structure of Catholicism, scripture, moral theology, or apologetics or theology of the body. So that's kind of what I teach. So I would say that Father Brian McCaffrey and myself, we have a wide range of topics. And then of course at the grade school, you know, maybe that's more question and answer. But I don't teach, you know, just like one thing.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I teach.
What would your favorite thing to teach be? I really liked apologetics. To this day, those are my favorite Catholic Answer shows, the favorite shows that we produce here or that we put on here. You know, I just love apologetics, probably because I'm a convert. And so what's your favorite thing to teach and why? I'm putting him on the spot here. This is not one of our pre-programmed
asking
questions,
a priest
so.
what their favorite thing to teach is like asking a parent who's their favorite child.
Okay, fair enough.
I love teaching. You know, many people who listen to me regularly, like my homilies, I have more of maybe like a teaching style. And so I love the sacraments. I think like unlocking the sacraments for Catholics and for our students is a real gold mine so that they begin to understand that the sacramental life is the way in which the Lord interacts with them. Like that like Christ's power is moving through the sacraments. I love it all. I love scripture, you know, like really. And I think some of this is from a shout out to Father Fred Gatchett here at St. Joe's, who was my teacher in high school and in college, you know, unlocking the scriptures for me.
Yeah.
And so, but there's really nothing that I don't love teaching. It just depends on the day and the class and the season, I suppose. But I love apologetics. I love, you know, theology of the body and teaching our young people about what are the capacities of their body, not just in the realm of sexuality, but what are the potentials of their intelligence, of their will, of their passions, like all of those things. What does it mean to be human? What does it mean to be fully alive? And so as a priest, like that's a great joy. So I love to teach. But I'm glad I don't do it formally because it really does restrict a man as far as like the parish setting, because being a formal teacher is it's a lot Monday through Friday.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree. Thank you to Father Fred and everything that he actually wrote the workbook to the series that is used within schools and stuff like that. And so, very intelligent man. We appreciate him. I want to break in really quickly to remind everybody that you're listening to Divine Mercy Radio's Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. We have that total goal of $125,000. You can go to our website at dvmercy.com and you can donate there, or you can call our donation number. If you go to the website, dvmercy.com, there should be a thermometer there, and they will update it just as often as they can to show you where we are at. There's also a tab that you can go to see who our sponsors are, to see all the people who underwrite with us. And speaking of underwriting, underwriting is one of those things where you get to partner with us. So it's not just advertising. Obviously, we do help you to advertise, but it's one of those things where you become a partner with our station and help us in our evangelization efforts. And we want to thank all of our underwriters because they are such a blessing in making sure that we are staying on the air and that we continue to grow. If you would like to be an underwriter, please call in and talk to Nathan, talk to Michael. They will help you to do that. If you are somebody who would like to partner with us in a monetary way outside of being an underwriter, please call 785-621-4110. That's 785-621-4110. Let's get those phones ringing. We do need to get some of those donations in here to help us use up our matching funds for the day. We're talking with Father Adam Urban on growing the flock. Father, I was hoping that maybe we could jump back in to, you were talking about theology of the body. And this is important for everybody to understand. A lot of people don't even know what theology of the body is, where it came from. We don't have to go into a huge treatise on that, but would you be willing to tell us a little bit about, where did theology of the body come from? At its core, it is, you are a son or daughter of God. And then it builds obviously from there. So would you give us a little bit of background? Where does it come from? What do people really most need to know about theology of the body for their own life?
That's a great question. It's a big topic.
Yeah.
But theology of the body, as it is known now in the church, is mostly associated with St. John Paul II. And so some of our listeners, especially those who have gone to Rome, know that it's been a long-standing tradition that in the church on Wednesdays, the Holy Father gives what is known as a papal audience. And this papal audience is a way in which the Holy Father can teach week after week. And so many times the Holy Fathers will come up with a discussion or something that they want to teach that spans multiple Wednesdays. And so theology of the body, as most of us know today, is a whole collection of Wednesday audiences that St. John Paul II delivered when he was a pope. And they are a collection of audiences on his teaching on the fancy word, the $1 million word is anthropology, and particularly theological anthropology. So what does man and woman and the dignity of man and woman, how does God's light and revelation show that dignity of man and woman? And so if you get the book, Theology of the Body, and you think, wow, this doesn't really read like a book, that's why it doesn't read like a book, because it is a collection of talks that he gave in person. And these talks explore the dignity of man and woman as God created them. And so they're beautiful reflections from Pope John Paul II on creation, Genesis, man and woman's role in creation, and how you love. And so you'll often hear the word spousal meaning of the body. And so that is what theology of the body is what is God's destiny for man and woman, and what is God's destiny for man and woman through love in their bodies. And so that would be a brief snippet of what theology of the body is. But John Paul II is taking the tradition of the church. It's not exactly like he invented this. He's using St. Thomas Aquinas, other church fathers, and kind of compiling it together in his own genius. And don't quote me, but I think the original audiences were in the 80s.
Okay. Yeah, good. Most people don't know that we have questions that we come up with beforehand to help us, make this time go, and that way, and I have just completely taken Father Adam completely off script. So thank you for allowing me to just go, okay, there's other stuff that I want to talk about too. And we'll get back to that in just a minute. But at first, I want to thank Mike and Dee Dee Brule, who called in and gave $100 to our cause. Thank you so much. We're listening to Divine Mercy Radio Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. Mike and Dee Dee Brule, with their donation, we get those matching funds to go with it. That's a $200 donation. So just as Mike and Dee Dee Brule called in and gave a new donation of $100, not necessarily new to them, but it is a new $100 that we didn't have before. Please join with them and call in today to our Spring Care-a-thon. Behold, I make all things new. And let's help this station to become even better than it was before. 785-621-4110. That's 785-621-4110. We're talking with Father Adam Urban. So, Father, staying just a little bit on, staying once again off script, but on topic that we were on, especially in the world that we live in today. You talked about theology of the body is not just in the sexual realm, and very, very correct. One of the important things for us is, looking kind of in that realm, though, is, man, woman, what does it even mean? And the ridiculousness that's out there in the world today. The thing about it is that, like, our souls are a male soul or a female soul. So would you speak just a little bit, if I'm not like just throwing you such a hard curveball, which I doubt because you're an intelligent young man, would you speak a little bit to that as to how important it is to understand our identity as males, as females, and also just the beauty of that in living that out in our vocational calls, whether that is to the married life, whether that is to you in the priesthood, and how special it is for us to grasp and understand our unique identities.
Well, it's very important. It's important for all of us to realize that you can get very off track in living life if you imagine yourself as too much soul, which there have been heresies, in the church throughout, where it's just you're just a soul and the body is mostly just a machine. And so this would be like Gnosticism. But then the other way, which our contemporary world leans farther the other side, is that we've fallen into a pure materialism where the body really is just a collection of atoms, tissues, cells, neurons. And so the Catholic understanding and theology of the body brings this out, is that the key word is a complementarity, or it's integral. You're integrated. Your soul and body are perfectly integrated, and without one, you don't really understand what it means to be a human person. And of course, as you're saying, that from the very beginning, that body and soul relationship is formulated in a way that produces man and woman. And we spend, sadly, a lot of time in politics and in contemporary news cycles and news looking at, how can men become more feminine, and how can women become more masculine? But we rarely look at, what does it actually mean to be feminine and masculine? Not as a detriment to the other, but as one, just to understand what is the greatness of the human person as male and female, and then how do they complement each other. And so this is a topic that you're not going to hear in broader society, but it's important. And John Paul II had an incredible pulse on this. He was working with young people early in his priesthood when he was a priest my age, and he saw that men and women could not articulate what made them be them. And he found that this was a problem because if you don't know what it means to be a male or female, and you are one, and then you try to get into a marriage with a male or female of the opposite sex, it's going to be messy.
Yeah.
And so he loved to bring this out and highlight, what is, he used the word dynamism, like what is the dynamism of being a male and what is the dynamism of being a female? And that is really the dignity of man and woman. It's a large topic. We could do many hours here, but it's very important, because without it, without an understanding, then people are lost. They feel like they're living a double life, and we
Yeah.
see this in our society with the epidemic of like transgenderism. Is that people, sadly, it's a sad reality of their body is betraying them, or their soul is betraying them. And so the Catholic understanding is you're an integral whole. Very important.
Yeah, I'm so glad you touched on that because, I'm thinking when people say, well, you need to get more in touch with your feminine side. And no, there's no such thing. If you're a male, you're masculine. If you're a female, you're feminine. And what they're really saying is that they're taking, um, I'm not getting the word here, but they're basically taking things that you would say, oh, that's what a woman is like. Oh, they're more in touch with their feelings, and they're putting that as what feminism is, or femininity is, when in fact it's like, no, that's a trait of some people, but that's not femininity. And so, yeah, for us to get away from like, okay, masculinity, when it's understood properly, is a beautiful thing. Femininity, when understood properly, is a beautiful thing. And you want to become the masculine person God created you to be, the feminine person God created you to be. So that's so awesome that you bring that up, because through a Catholic understanding, you get to understand that, like, oh, yeah, this is not a toxic thing.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, and there's so much out there, and sadly, this has been like probably over politicized. We live in a very political climate now. But I encourage the listeners, if they're thinking, oh, I didn't know any of this about theology of the body, to actually dive in, because John Paul II gave them as talks. They're pretty digestible, and he will often reference his previous talk in the next week's talk. So they're kind of circular, because he wants to remind what he said. So if you are interested, like listeners are thinking, I would love to read his original talks, they're fairly digestible. They get dense, as John Paul II was known to do, but feel free to grab them. And I think the book is definitely in print, and you can read those talks. And he says it much more eloquently than I am.
He does. He was brilliant.
Yeah.
Not that you're not, but he was just, if you read some of the things from him, sometimes it takes a little bit to soak it in.
Yes.
So don't feel bad, because that's me also. All right. We are talking with Father Adam Urban. Father, we've got about 4 minutes left here. Please let us know anything you want us to know about priesthood, OCIA, being a chaplain, any of those things. And then would you leave us with your blessing?
Sure. Well, one, I would just want to say thank you again to all the listeners, those who support these radio stations, Divine Mercy Radio, but then also those who are supporting the diocese. We have so many good things in the Diocese of Salina. It's amazing. I've kind of seen your lineup of speakers this week for the Care-a-thon, and it's great. Like, it's a real representation of the diocese. So I would say, thank you. A diocese is not just lines on a map, but it is real people, real parishes, and real culture. And I talk about this a lot at the parish, is that as a priest, we're not trying to change everything, but we're trying to really inspire Catholic culture. And so thank you to all of those who listen and are doing that and being as faithful as you can be, because that's what makes one holy. And thanks for all your support, especially for me as a young priest. A lot of people made my seminary years possible. It doesn't happen overnight, like a priest doesn't happen overnight. And so it's been great. And it has been awesome as a young priest to see the excitement of the diocese of young priests, and they're very supportive. So I just want to shout out to all of those who really make that a reality for me. Don't be shy if you're in Salina and you're like, I've never been to St. Mary's Parish, or you can stop by. We'd be happy to have you, happy to see you. And my encouragement to all of you is if you know someone who's not Catholic but is thinking about it, don't be aggressive with them, but encourage them. That is how the faith moves. St. Paul says faith comes from what is heard. And that means that you have a voice. And so, encourage your friends, encourage your family. If you're in Salina, I tell this, I love all 3 parishes of Salina, but I'm biased towards St. Mary's because that's where I am. But they're welcome to join an OCIA group wherever they are. And so dive on in. The Catholic Church is a wonderful place. It's a big place. We have a treasure chest, not just of the Lord's revelation, but of his revelation moving through holy men and women and the saints and their writings. And so thank you all for loving the church, and may God bless all of you. I'd be happy to give my blessing, and you're always welcome to, if you see me out, stop me and say hi and introduce yourself to me. So thank you to Divine Mercy Radio for having me, and for all the listeners. And may Almighty God bless all of you, the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Father, it has been such a blessing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Cody.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
We've been listening to Father Adam Urban talk about his ministry within his first year, and we appreciate all of his time. We appreciate you for listening. I really want to thank an anonymous donor who just called in and gave $2,000. That helps us to really chip away at that $10,000 we started with today. I will look back. I imagine we're coming down to about, $6,000-7,000 in remaining funds. We will get a total for you after the break, but please continue to call in. Thank you so much to that anonymous donor. Thank you to Flint Hills Metal Detectors. They called in and gave $100. That becomes a $200 pledge with those matching funds. We are blessed by all of you. We appreciate it. Pray for us. Continue to call in 785-621-4110. That's 785-621-4110. You are listening to Divine Mercy Radio Spring Care-a-thon on 101.7 KJDM Lindsborg and Salina, 105.7 KMDG Hayes, 88.1 KRTT Great Bend, 88.1 KVDM Hayes, 89.1 KGOH Colby, and 107.3 K297AI Hill City. We will be back after the break.